This audiobook is not just about public speaking. It's a journey into the unseen forces behind powerful communication. Discover how to speak with presence, awaken minds, and move hearts. These are the hidden codes of influence used by the world's most magnetic leaders. Once you hear them, you'll never speak or listen the same way again. In a world overwhelmed by noise, the true voice of a leader doesn't shout to be heard. It resonates to be remembered. Before a single decision is made or vision shared, there is the voice. Not merely sound, but vibration. Not merely words, but presence encoded in breath, tone, rhythm, and energy. To speak like a leader, one must first awaken to the sacred instrument that is their voice. Your voice is more than vocal cords vibrating. It is your internal state rendered audible. Every syllable carries the imprint of your confidence or doubt, clarity or confusion, intention or uncertainty. Most people speak reactively, unaware that their voice is a real-time mirror of their consciousness. Leaders speak with awareness. They know the voice leads the energy of the room before the message even arrives. To hear your voice with awareness is to begin listening not to what you say, but how. Is there hesitation hiding behind your words? Does your pace suggest pressure or peace? Is your tone commanding or compensating? Awareness transforms your voice from accidental to intentional, from habitual to magnetic. Think of great leaders throughout time. Their voices remain etched in memory, not because of perfect diction, but because of undeniable resonance. Whether quiet or booming, slow or sharp, their voices carried the weight of self-recognition. They had met themselves deeply enough that their voice emerged with a truth that needed no defense. When you begin to speak with voice awareness, you stop performing and start transmitting. You realize you are not speaking to people. You are speaking into them. Your voice becomes a frequency that rearranges the energy of the room. People may not remember every word, but they will remember how your voice made them feel. Grounded, safe, stirred, awakened. Practice begins in stillness. Sit with yourself. Speak a single sentence aloud and listen, not to its meaning, but to its texture. Feel where your breath catches, where your rhythm breaks. Speak again, this time slower, allowing your tone to drop into your body. Notice the shift. The voice of leadership doesn't come from your throat. It rises from your center. Voice awareness is not about controlling sound. It's about cultivating inner stillness so that your sound arises from wholeness. When you speak from alignment, your tone calms nervous systems. Your rhythm synchronizes minds. Your pauses command attention more powerfully than shouting ever could. The leader's voice is not forced. It is felt. It does not chase respect. It invites trust. The journey begins here, not with learning to say the right words, but with becoming a vessel for resonance. Speak not to impress, but to embody. Speak as one who knows they are already heard, even in silence. Your voice is your identity in vibration. Let it be conscious. Let it be true. Let it lead. Long before your message reaches the minds of others, your presence enters the room. It is not your words, your gestures, or your eloquence that first impact an audience. It is your energy. And the greatest gift a leader can offer in any moment is not perfect articulation, but full presence. Perfection is an illusion. Presence is a power. We've been conditioned to believe that great speaking requires flawless delivery, the perfect script, the practiced smile, no ums, no pauses, no mistakes. But people do not follow perfection. They follow realness. They follow the speaker who is undeniably there, awake, grounded, open, listening as much as speaking, alive in the moment. Presence is the frequency of now. It cannot be faked. It cannot be rehearsed. It is the full embodiment of yourself, body, breath, mind, and spirit, anchored in this very breath with nothing left behind. A present speaker is magnetic because they are rare. In a distracted world, presence is a revolution. Think of the leaders who moved you most. It was not their flawless sentences that stayed with you. It was how they made you feel. You felt their stillness, their calm certainty, their unshakable rootedness in the moment. They were not performing. They were with you. And in that space, transformation happened. To cultivate presence is to slow down enough to feel your body, to notice your breath, to sense the room. It is not about controlling the outcome, but surrendering to the aliveness of the moment. When you are truly present, you respond instead of recite. You connect instead of impress. Presence is also the antidote to fear. Nervousness arises when the mind runs ahead to what might go wrong. But when you anchor into the now, fear dissolves. Why? Because presence leaves no room for the mind's chaos. It is full, complete, and silent in its authority. Here is a simple practice. Before speaking, take one full breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. Feel your feet on the ground. Feel your spine lengthen. Let your awareness expand to include the space around you. Then speak, not from rush, but from stillness, not from tension, but from truth. Presence makes the ordinary powerful. A simple sentence spoken with total presence carries more influence than an eloquent paragraph spoken half-aware. Why? Because people don't just hear you, they feel you. And feeling creates trust. Perfection disconnects. Presence connects. The world does not need more polished speakers. It needs more present leaders, people who show up fully, people who breathe between words, people who dare to be seen as they are, imperfect, alive, and true. In leadership, presence is your superpower. Let go of the need to be flawless. Come back to the room. Come back to your breath. Come back to yourself. Speak not to perform, but to connect. Speak not with practiced polish, but with grounded presence. Influence begins here. Before you speak, before you enter a room, before you even make eye contact, something within you is already speaking for you. This invisible presence is what we call the leadership frequency. It's not about volume, it's not about charisma, it's about resonance. A subtle yet unmistakable signal of calm, conviction, and clarity that others feel before they hear a single word. Leadership is not a title, it's a tone. Just as a radio must be tuned to the correct frequency to receive clear music, people respond most powerfully to those who transmit with emotional coherence. When your inner world is steady, aligned, and certain, your external communication takes on a quality that bypasses resistance. It lands, it influences, it leads. We often focus on what to say, but the question leaders ask is deeper. What energy am I speaking from? Are you transmitting anxiety or stability, doubt or conviction, confusion or clarity? Others can feel this. They may not name it, but they know. Instinctively, subconsciously, immediately. The leadership frequency begins with calm, not passive calm, but sovereign calm, the energy of someone who is anchored in themselves. Someone who does not waver with the room's reactions or the unpredictability of outcomes. Calm is not the absence of pressure, it is the refusal to let pressure define your presence. Next is conviction. Conviction is the fuel behind your words. It's not loud, it's not forceful, it's quiet certainty, the unshakable belief in what you're saying, and more importantly, why you're saying it. When you speak from conviction, people don't just hear ideas, they hear truth. And finally, clarity. Leadership communication is clean, direct, and uncluttered, not because the leader knows everything, but because they are not afraid to know themselves. Clarity is not found in perfect words. It's found in internal alignment. When your intent, energy, and message point in the same direction, your voice becomes clear, even if it's soft. To embody the leadership frequency, you must tune yourself before you speak. That means grounding your energy, connecting with your purpose, and aligning your message with your inner truth. It means breathing before you speak, so that your words don't rush ahead of your presence. It means choosing silence over scattered sound. Practice standing silently before a mirror, Say nothing. Simply feel. Is your energy restless or steady? Is your mind racing or clear? Then speak a simple truth like, I am here to serve. Notice how different that sounds when spoken from calm, conviction, and clarity. People follow frequency before they follow instruction. They are led not by your information, but by your vibration. A leader who is energetically aligned will influence even in silence. One who is not will struggle to influence, no matter how eloquent the speech. The leadership frequency cannot be faked, but it can be cultivated. So speak as one already heard. Transmit from calm, embody conviction, deliver with clarity. Let your energy lead the room. Your words will simply follow. Leadership is not memorized. Influence cannot be rehearsed into existence. While well-structured messages have their place, true power arises not from a script, but from the core. The moment you let go of needing to say it perfectly is the moment you start saying it powerfully. To speak from the core is to abandon the illusion that words alone persuade. It is to stop relying on clever phrases and bullet points and instead speak from the fire that lives behind your ribs. That fire, your truth, your purpose, your lived experience, is what people trust. That's what they follow. The problem with speaking from a script is that it distances you from the moment. You begin reciting, not connecting. You perform words instead of embodying meaning. Even if the script is perfectly written, it lacks vitality if it's not felt. And people can tell. They may not know why, but something won't land. The message floats. It doesn't root. But when you speak from the core, your words carry weight. Not because they're polished, but because they are real. You become a vessel for truth, not a mouthpiece for performance. This doesn't mean you shouldn't prepare. It means your preparation is not to memorize lines. It is to connect deeply with what matters. Ask yourself before any speech, presentation, or conversation, what do I know to be true? What lived experience fuels this message? Why does it matter? To me, to them, to the moment. These questions bring you into alignment with your core, and from there, the right words emerge. Speaking from the core also liberates you from fear. You no longer worry about forgetting your lines because your message is not external. It lives within you. You are not trying to recall it. You are remembering it with each breath. You trust that when you are rooted in your truth, the words will come. Consider this practice. Before speaking, place your hand on your chest and take 3 slow breaths. Speak aloud a single sentence you believe deeply, something you've lived. Feel the vibration of your voice against your palm. Let it be imperfect. Let it be yours. That is the core speaking. The greatest leaders are not the most polished. They are the most present. They do not speak like actors reading a script. They speak like people whose lives depend on what they're saying, because they do. Their message is their life, not a line. When you speak from the core, your audience doesn't just hear you. They feel drawn to you. They lean in, not because of your technique, but because of your truth. You are not pushing words out. You are pulling people in. Forget the perfect line. Remember the living truth. Let your core be the source. Speak not to impress, but to express. When you speak from your center, you never need a script, because your soul already knows what must be said. Every word you speak is a declaration to reality. Whether you whisper it to yourself or shout it from a stage, your language is not passive. It is creative. It builds, bends, and shapes the world around you. Words are not just tools of communication. They are commands issued from the seat of your consciousness to the field of existence. To speak like a leader is to understand the metaphysical weight of language. You are not simply expressing ideas. You are issuing instructions. Every phrase you utter, every sentence you form, is an energetic signal that either reinforces limitation or initiates transformation. The universe listens not just to what you say, but to the frequency beneath it. Most people speak reactively. Their language mirrors their environment. But a leader speaks proactively. Their language creates the environment. When a leader says, "This is possible," something begins to move. When a leader says, "We are ready," the atmosphere aligns. When a leader says, "It will be done," resources, minds, and unseen forces begin arranging themselves accordingly. This is not about arrogance. It is about intention. The command of a leader does not come from ego. It comes from clarity. It is not spoken to dominate others. It is spoken to direct energy. It brings order to chaos, certainty to confusion, momentum to stagnation. Consider how you speak throughout your day. Do your words reflect fear or conviction? Do you constantly describe what is, or do you declare what will be? Pay attention to the casual phrases you repeat. "I'm always late. This never works. It's too hard." These are not just expressions. They are scripts you are casting into your future. They train your reality to behave accordingly. To shift into leadership language is to speak with creative authority. Replace power-draining language with power-generating declarations. Instead of "I'll try," say "I will." Instead of "I hope," say "I trust." Instead of "we might," say "we are." Speak as if your words will manifest, because in many ways they do. A simple practice: each morning speak 3 sentences aloud that you want to see reflected in your life, not as affirmations, but as commands. Feel each one drop into your body. Let your voice be clear. Let your tone be decisive. Let your energy say, "This is so." The most powerful speakers don't speak many words. They speak direct words. Words that move energy. Words that open doors. Words that align futures. Speak like a sculptor shaping clay. Speak like a conductor directing sound. Speak like a creator calling order from possibility. You are always creating with your voice. The only question is, are you doing it consciously? From this moment forward, speak as a leader who knows the field is listening. Speak with precision. Speak with faith. Speak with the knowing that your words are commands, building the world before you, one sentence at a time. In a world addicted to noise, silence is a rare form of power. While many rush to fill every space with sound, the leader understands the sacred weight of a well-placed pause. Silence, when used with intention, does not weaken your message. It amplifies it. It does not lessen your authority. It deepens it. The silence that leads is not the silence of absence, but the silence of presence. Consider the most powerful speakers you've witnessed. What made them magnetic was not only what they said, but how they didn't say it. Their words landed with more force because they gave them space to echo. Their pauses carried more weight than other people's entire sentences. They weren't in a rush. And because they weren't, the room listened. Silence is not emptiness, it's command. To master silence is to master timing. A pause before you speak draws the room's attention inward. A pause after you speak lets your words breathe and settle into the mind and body of your audience. It's in the stillness between phrases that the impact takes root. And it's in those moments that others feel your composure, your control, and your depth. Silence also communicates confidence. When you're not afraid of stillness, you're not afraid of being seen. Insecure speakers try to fill every second to avoid judgment. But when you pause deliberately, you show that you are in no hurry to prove yourself. Your very stillness says, "I trust what I'm saying, and I trust you to receive it." This kind of silence demands presence. It requires that you be rooted in your body and grounded in your intention. It's not awkward, it's not empty, it's alive, charged with the energy of restraint, poise, and power. Try this. The next time you speak, whether in a meeting, a conversation, or on stage, introduce a deliberate pause before your key message. Breathe, let the silence draw people in, then deliver your words. And when you finish, pause again. Hold the space. Let the message settle. Notice what happens. The room leans in, eyes widen, minds engage. Your silence has created space for reverence, not for you, but for the message itself. Silence also has another secret. It listens. When you speak less, you hear more, and when you listen fully, your responses carry the wisdom of the moment, not just your preparation. Silence trains you to speak from intuition rather than insecurity. To speak like a leader, learn to trust the quiet. Let it carry your authority. Let it deliver your words like gifts, not noise. The most commanding voices are often the ones that know when not to speak. So pause, breathe, let silence lead. Speak not to fill space, but to shape it. Speak not from the need to be heard, but from the knowing that you already are. In that space, true leadership is born. People may argue with facts, but they live through stories. Every decision, every belief, every identity is wrapped in a narrative. Leaders who understand this don't merely share information, they shape futures by telling stories that move minds. They don't push change, they plant vision. To speak like a leader is to speak like a storyteller, not just recounting events, but guiding attention, emotion, and possibility through a carefully crafted journey. A story that leads must do more than entertain. It must transform. It bypasses intellectual resistance by going straight to the emotional and imaginative centers of the brain. It creates resonance before reason. When you tell a story, you are not just communicating, you are rewriting the script of what someone believes is possible. There is a hidden structure beneath every powerful leadership story. It begins with connection, a relatable moment, a human detail, a truth that invites the listener to say, "That's me." Without connection, even the most dramatic story falls flat. The listener must feel personally involved. Next is conflict. This is the tension that creates emotional gravity. The obstacle, the question, the problem. This is where the listener leans in. Conflict is the forge in which belief is tested. A story without struggle does not inspire, it only describes. Then comes transformation, the turning point, the insight, the action taken or realization discovered. This moment is not just the resolution of the story, it is the message. It's the internal shift that shows the listener what's possible, not just for the character, but for them. Finally, there is invitation. A great story ends not by closing a door, but by opening one. It hands the listener a torch and says, "Now it's your turn." It doesn't tell them what to do. It invites them to step into a new story of their own. A leader's story isn't about the past. It's about the future embedded in the present. It's not just what happened, it's what's happening still now in the minds of those who hear it. A good story isn't a mirror, it's a map. It shows the listener where they can go. To craft your stories, don't aim to be dramatic, aim to be true. The most compelling narratives come from lived experience, moments of doubt, failure, courage, insight, but tell them not as wounds, tell them as bridges. Use your story not to elevate yourself, but to elevate others. Practice by identifying a personal moment of transformation. Break it into 4 beats: connection, conflict, transformation, invitation. Speak it aloud. Feel the emotional arc. Notice where the energy rises, where the message lives, and where it calls the listener forward. The greatest leaders shape belief through narrative. They don't argue for change. They show it. They offer a story that says, "Here's what's possible." And through that story, they lead minds, gently, powerfully, permanently. Remember, facts inform, stories transform. Speak like a leader who doesn't just share data, but who writes the future in the hearts of others. Speak with stories that lead minds. We often think of leadership as a voice that rises above the noise, but true leadership begins not with speaking, but with listening. Not passive listening, not polite nods, but deep, magnetic listening, the kind that makes others feel profoundly seen. People are starving to be heard, not just their words, but their essence. In a world of interruptions, replies, and half-hearted attention, the one who truly listens stands out like a lighthouse in the fog. And that lighthouse becomes a leader, not because they speak loudly, but because they receive fully. Listening is not silence between your own thoughts. It is presence. It is the radical decision to set aside your internal noise and open space for someone else to exist fully in your awareness. This kind of listening is rare, and because it's rare, it's powerful. When you listen deeply, others don't just feel understood, they feel valued. And when someone feels valued, they trust. And where there is trust, there is influence. Magnetic listening begins with the body. Turn toward the person, soften your gaze, slow your breath. Signal with every subtle cue. I am here, you matter, I am receiving you. These micro-movements say more than words ever could. Then bring your attention to their energy, not just their information. What's underneath their words? What's between their sentences? What are they not saying that longs to be heard? This level of listening isn't just about understanding, it's about connection. Great leaders listen beyond the surface. They hear the unsaid. They don't rush to fix or respond. They honor the space. Their listening becomes a sanctuary, a place where people feel safe enough to speak the truth. Try this practice. The next time someone speaks to you, give them the gift of full attention. Don't prepare your response while they talk. Don't look for what you agree or disagree with. Just listen. With your ears, with your body, with your presence. When they finish, pause. Let there be space, then speak. Notice how the energy shifts. Notice how they soften. Notice how what you say next carries more weight. Not because you said it more powerfully, but because you listened more deeply. Listening is not the absence of speaking. It is the presence of receptivity. It is an active engagement with another's truth. When you listen like this, your leadership expands. People begin to gravitate toward you, not because you have all the answers, but because you make space for their answers to emerge. The greatest speakers are also the greatest listeners. Their words land because their presence receives. Their influence lasts because their silence heals. Lead not just with your voice, but with your attention. Make people feel heard, not just managed. Make them feel felt. Because in the end, leadership is not about being the loudest in the room. It's about being the one who hears what no one else is listening for. The room is always listening to more than your words. Before logic is processed, before meaning is interpreted, people respond to something deeper, your state. This is the mirror effect. Every reaction you receive is a reflection of the energy you are radiating. The way others hear you is shaped first by the state you're speaking from, not the content of what you say. You are not separate from your message. You are the message. Your internal world becomes visible the moment you open your mouth. If you're anxious, it will show in your tone. If you're unsure, it will echo in your pace. If you're grounded and clear, your words will land with calm authority. Your voice is not just sound, it's a broadcast of your consciousness. This truth explains why two leaders can say the exact same thing, yet receive completely different reactions. One commands the room, the other fades into it. What's different? The state they're in while speaking, not their title, not their technique, their being. The mirror effect reveals something profound. You train your audience how to respond to you by how you're being when you speak. If you speak with urgency, you invite urgency. If you speak with openness, you invite trust. If you speak with certainty, you invite follow-through. Others are not reacting to you, they're reflecting you. This isn't about performance, it's about alignment. When your inner state aligns with your message, when what you believe, feel, and say move in the same direction, your voice becomes magnetic. You speak with coherence, and coherence always influences. To harness the mirror effect, don't start with your message. Start with your state. Before entering a room, a meeting, or a stage, pause. Ask yourself, what am I radiating? What emotions am I carrying into this space? What do I believe about what I'm about to say? If you want to shift the reaction, shift your foundation. Try this practice. Before you speak, close your eyes. Take 3 deep breaths. Picture the energy you want to transmit. Calm, clarity, trust, strength. Let it fill your body. Now speak from that place. Let the words emerge from the version of you who already embodies what you want others to feel. What you receive from others, attention, resistance, trust, skepticism, is not random. It's a mirror. It reflects back the energy you're projecting, whether consciously or unconsciously. And once you understand this, you stop trying to manage reactions and start mastering your own state. This is vocal leadership at the highest level, using your voice not just to share ideas, but to transmit energy, to create emotional environments through your presence, to lead not just with sound, but with state. Remember, you don't control the room, you reflect it, and the room reflects you. So lead from alignment, speak from wholeness. Let the mirror show you not where you're failing, but where you're being invited to rise. Because every echo you receive is simply asking, who are you being right now? Words may enter the mind, but emotion moves people. Influence at its core is not a transaction of logic, it's a transmission of feeling. You cannot argue someone into transformation, but you can feel them there. To speak like a leader is to learn the art of emotional current, those invisible rivers of energy that run beneath every conversation, every moment, every word. No matter how intelligent or strategic your message is, it will land flat if it doesn't resonate emotionally. People make decisions based on feeling, then justify them with facts. The most influential leaders don't just craft intelligent messages, they orchestrate emotional experiences. Imagine your words as a boat, but the emotional current as the river beneath it. You can design the perfect vessel, but if it's not aligned with the current, it won't move. But when your message rides the right emotion, momentum happens. Influence flows naturally. This is why some messages are instantly magnetic, while others are ignored. It's not about volume, it's not about data. It's about whether your words match the emotional frequency of your audience, and whether they elevate that frequency into something more empowering, more inspired, more alive. To master the emotional current, you must first become aware of it, in yourself and in others. What emotion are you speaking from? Anxiety, certainty, frustration, love? Every emotion colors your tone, shapes your timing, and saturates your message. People don't just hear your words, they feel your emotional truth. Likewise, listen deeply to your audience. What river are they standing in? Are they afraid, disconnected, excited, doubtful? Great communicators meet people where they feel, not just where they think. They don't force emotion, they guide it. Here's a practice. Before you speak, name the emotional state you want to create. Is it calm, inspiration, urgency, connection? Then let your body, voice, and message align with that intention. Speak from that emotion, not at it. Let it infuse your pauses, your tone, your eyes. Use stories, metaphors, and imagery that stir feeling. Don't just describe transformation. Embody it. Paint futures they can feel, not just understand. Let your message move through the heart before it reaches the head. And remember, you are the first emotional instrument. If you want them to feel trust, you must be trust. If you want them to feel courage, you must transmit courage. Emotion isn't a technique, it's a state of being. Leaders don't lead from logic alone, they lead from resonance. They speak into the human heart. They ride the emotional rivers beneath the words, and in doing so, they move people to act, not because they were persuaded, but because they were touched. So speak not just to inform, but to transform. Speak to the invisible, speak to the feeling, speak to the human behind the mind, because in the end, the words they'll remember are the ones they felt. You can say all the right words, but if the tone is wrong, the message fails. In communication, tone is not decoration, it's direction. It doesn't support the message, it delivers it. And more often than not, it decides whether your words are trusted, ignored, or rejected. As a leader, your influence hinges not just on what you say, but how you say it. Tone is the emotional fingerprint of your voice. It tells your audience whether to feel safe or guarded, inspired or skeptical, respected or dismissed. We are wired to hear tone first and meaning second. Even before we process your words, we feel your intent. And if there's a mismatch, if the tone contradicts the message, people don't believe the message. They believe the tone. This is why tone is truth. It reveals what's underneath. You might say, "I believe in you," but if your tone carries doubt, the listener hears uncertainty. You might say, "Everything's under control," but if your tone holds tension, no one will feel safe. On the other hand, a simple sentence like "let's begin," spoken with steady, confident tone, can spark a room into motion. Your tone is the energetic carrier of trust. When it's aligned with clarity, compassion, and conviction, your message becomes magnetic. But if your tone is hesitant, defensive, or cold, it creates resistance, no matter how brilliant the words. This is why leaders must tune themselves before they speak. Tone doesn't come from vocal technique, it comes from your inner state. If you're grounded, your tone will reflect steadiness. If you're aligned with your values, your tone will carry authenticity. If you're fully present, your tone will radiate connection. Here's a practice. Record yourself speaking a short message. Then listen, not to the content, but to the tone. What's the emotional energy behind your words? Would you trust that voice? Would you follow it? Adjust your internal state and speak again. You'll find that as your energy shifts, your tone transforms, and with it, your impact. Mastering tone means understanding nuance. It's not about being louder or more enthusiastic. Sometimes quiet conviction moves mountains. Sometimes a warm tone can melt resistance faster than any argument. The question is not, "What do I say?" but "What does this moment need to hear from me?" And your tone is the answer. As a leader, your tone sets the emotional temperature of the room. It signals safety or danger, urgency or patience, openness or command. People may forget your words, but they'll never forget how your tone made them feel. So lead not just with language, but with tone. Speak not just to inform, but to reassure. Let every word be carried on a current of calm, strength, clarity, and connection. Because when your tone is true, your words don't just reach ears, they land in hearts. And in leadership, that's where real change begins. True leadership isn't about modifying behavior, it's about elevating identity. While it may be tempting to correct actions, lasting change occurs when you speak to the deeper truth of who someone believes themselves to be. You cannot lead transformation by merely pointing at what's wrong. You must speak into who they are becoming. Every person lives from an internal script, an identity they've constructed over time. I'm not good with people. I'm not a leader. I've always been this way. These beliefs silently run the show. When you try to shift behavior without first shifting identity, it's like painting over rust. The change won't hold. They may comply temporarily, but they will revert back because the underlying belief remains untouched. But when you speak to identity, you speak to the root. You help people see themselves differently. And once someone's internal story shifts, their behavior changes automatically. Not because you demanded it, but because it's now aligned with who they believe they are. Think of the difference between saying, "You need to be more responsible," and "You are someone who takes responsibility seriously." The first critiques behavior, the second affirms identity. One creates defensiveness, the other creates dignity. People rise to match the identity they feel seen in. To lead through identity, you must look beyond the surface. See the potential even when they don't. Speak to the deeper truth, even when their behavior contradicts it. Say things like, "You're the kind of person who shows up even when it's hard. I've seen you lead with integrity. This moment is no different." This isn't like you. You're someone who cares too much to let this slide. When you speak this way, you're not manipulating. You're mirroring their greatness back to them. You're helping them remember who they are beneath the fear, beneath the habits, beneath the doubts. Identity-based leadership also applies to how you speak to yourself. Instead of focusing on fixing flaws, affirm your higher identity. Don't just say, "I need to stop procrastinating." Say, "I am someone who follows through." Speak as the person you are becoming. Identity drives consistency. Here's a practice. Before addressing a performance issue, yours or someone else's, pause. Ask, what belief about identity is driving this behavior? Then craft a statement that calls forth the higher self. Speak to that version, even if they don't fully believe it yet. Your words plant a seed. Over time, people will forget the details of your feedback, but they will never forget how you saw them, not just for who they were, but for who they could be. That is the kind of speaking that transforms. So lead with language that lifts. Speak to the soul behind the surface. Remind people of their greatness, even when they've forgotten it. Because when you speak to identity, you don't just change behavior. You evolve people. When someone gives you their attention, they are giving you something sacred, not a casual glance, not just time, but presence. In a world overwhelmed by distraction, focused attention is rare, and rare things hold value. As a leader, when someone listens to you, a silent contract is formed, one that says, "I am trusting you with my awareness. Make it matter." This is the sacred agreement of attention, an unspoken pact between speaker and listener. The moment eyes meet, ears open, or bodies still to receive your words, the space becomes hallowed. It becomes a moment not just to inform, but to transform. Too often, we take attention for granted. We assume it's ours to fill, to entertain, or to manipulate. But attention is not a spotlight. It's a gift, one that must be honored with presence, intention, and authenticity. Otherwise, the contract is broken, and once broken, trust dissolves. Presence is the first way to honor attention. If you are speaking while your mind is elsewhere, rushing, distracted, self-conscious, you've already stepped out of the agreement. You cannot expect others to stay with you if you're not fully with them. True presence signals, "This moment matters, you matter, I am here for you." Intention comes next. Why are you speaking? What are you here to give, not just to say? The agreement of attention is not about spotlighting yourself. It's about serving the listener. Every message, every pause, every word should carry purpose. When people feel that your intention is clear and sincere, they lean in. They feel safe to receive. Finally, we must speak with a commitment to transformation. Whether your words educate, inspire, challenge, or soothe, they must move the listener somewhere. Even the smallest shift, new awareness, a spark of insight, a moment of clarity honors the exchange. Attention is an invitation to make meaning. Don't let it pass by. Try this. Before you speak in any context, one-on-one, in a meeting, or to a crowd, pause. Feel the weight of the moment. Say to yourself, if they're willing to give me their attention, I'm going to give them my presence. If they open their ears, I'll open my heart. Let that intention shape your tone, your timing, your message. You may not always get applause, but you will get trust. And trust is the soil where influence grows. Remember, people are not just absorbing your message. They are feeling your reverence for the moment. They sense whether you're treating their attention as a transaction or as a gift. Choose the latter. Speak not to take attention, but to steward it. Speak not to fill space, but to honor it. Let your words be worthy of the ears that hear them. Because when someone gives you their attention, they are handing you a moment of their life. Make it count. True leadership does not ask for permission. It does not tiptoe or explain itself into approval. It transmits, not with arrogance, but with a deeper force, energetic certainty. The kind of certainty that doesn't scream, doesn't beg, doesn't seek validation. It simply is. Energetic certainty is the inner knowing that what you're saying is true, aligned, and necessary. When you speak from that place, people don't just hear your words, they feel your conviction. Your voice resonates with something unshakable, and that resonance is what moves reality. Have you ever noticed how some people can say very little, yet hold the entire room in the palm of their hand? That's not charisma. It's certainty. It's the energy of someone who is rooted in their message, someone who's not seeking agreement, but offering clarity. Energetic certainty is not about volume or dominance. You don't have to raise your voice to raise your influence. It's not louder, it's deeper, it vibrates from within. You can whisper with certainty and shake the ground beneath someone's feet, because what you believe becomes contagious. This is how reality begins to conform. When you speak with doubt, the world mirrors doubt. When you speak with hesitation, outcomes wobble. But when you speak with aligned certainty, people begin to shift. Doors open, opportunities appear, others begin to see what you see because you saw it first, without flinching. But this kind of certainty cannot be faked. It must be cultivated. It comes from alignment when your mind, body, and spirit are in agreement. When you've questioned yourself privately, faced your fears silently, and emerged clear, then and only then can you speak without shrinking. Here's a simple practice. Before delivering any message, big or small, ask yourself, do I believe this fully? If the answer is no, go deeper. Find the truth you can stand behind without apology. That truth, even if smaller, will carry more power than a mountain of half-belief. Let your tone match your knowing. Let your eyes hold steady. Let your posture reflect your presence. You are not here to convince. You are here to reveal. Your certainty is not about being right. It's about being clear in your energy. And when someone challenges you, which they will, do not waver. Do not armor up. Stand in your frequency. Speak from your inner alignment, not your ego. The greatest leaders don't push harder when challenged. They root deeper. They trust their resonance more than the noise around them. To speak with energetic certainty is to walk through the world as if what you say matters, because it does. And when you believe it deeply enough, others begin to believe it too, not because you demanded it, but because you embodied it. Speak like someone who already knows the universe is listening, because it is. Before your words reach a single ear, your body has already spoken volumes. Posture is your first language, the unspoken message that communicates confidence, clarity, and command. Whether you're aware of it or not, your posture tells the room who you believe yourself to be. And in leadership, that belief sets the tone for everything. The way you enter a space, hold your frame, breathe, and stand. These are signals. Silent, but powerful. People respond instinctively to posture. Before they hear what you have to say, they are already reading your presence. Are you sure of yourself? Are you grounded? Are you someone worth following? Commanding posture is not about intimidation. It's not puffed up arrogance or exaggerated gestures. It's not about being bigger than others. It's about being rooted in yourself. It is the posture of someone who needs no external approval to claim their space. True posture begins with stillness. When you are fidgeting, slouching, or shrinking, your body is mirroring internal chaos or doubt. But when you lengthen your spine, lift your chest, and relax your shoulders, you begin to broadcast certainty. You tell the room, I am here, I am ready, I am grounded. This kind of presence is magnetic. People feel safer around someone whose body language transmits stability. They trust your words more when your posture says, I believe them too. Commanding posture also affects you. Your physical stance influences your internal state. Try this. Stand tall, feet shoulder-width apart, chest open, chin slightly lifted. Breathe deeply and slowly. Stay there for 60 seconds. Notice what happens. Your thoughts settle, your heart rate steadies, your confidence rises. You are no longer just occupying space, you are owning it. Great leaders know how to hold stillness. They don't rush to speak. They don't overfill the air with motion. They let their posture do the first layer of speaking, calm, composed, certain. This silence becomes an anchor. It draws others in. It sets the energetic tone of the room. Here's a powerful practice. Before entering any important conversation or speaking situation, pause for 30 seconds. Align your posture. Feel your feet on the ground. Breathe. Let your spine rise like a pillar of clarity. Let your body say, "I belong here," long before your voice does. This is especially vital in moments of tension or challenge. When you hold your posture in the face of pressure, you transmit calm leadership. Others may react. You remain. And that stillness becomes your signature. Remember, you don't have to force command. You can embody it. You don't need a stage to lead. You only need a body that carries the frequency of someone who trusts themselves, someone who stands not for show, but for truth. Let your posture be your first message. Let it speak before your voice does. And when your words arrive, they'll be heard through the lens of presence already established. Lead from the body, speak from the root, and let your silence stand tall. Every great message is built, not blurted. It is not a random stream of thoughts, but a sacred blueprint, carefully structured to move hearts, sharpen minds, and ignite action. A bold message doesn't happen by accident. It follows an architecture that carries the listener on a journey. Open, build, release, and command. Think of your message like a building. If the foundation is weak, nothing stands. If the design is cluttered, nothing resonates. But when constructed with clarity and intention, your words become a structure others can walk into, a place where they feel seen, stirred, and empowered to act. First, open. Your opening is your invitation. It sets the tone and stakes. This is not the time for filler or fluff. A bold opening grabs attention not with volume, but with presence. It can be a story, a bold truth, a provocative question, or a still moment of eye contact and silence. Whatever it is, it should say, something meaningful is about to happen. The opening must also create emotional permission. Before people listen with their ears, they listen with their hearts. Use the opening to establish safety, clarity, or shared purpose. It's the handshake of energy that says, "Come with me." Next, build. This is the structure, the scaffolding of your message. Here you lay out your core ideas, not as a lecture, but as a journey. Move step by step. Don't overload. Each point should connect logically and emotionally to the next. Build momentum with rhythm and pacing. Alternate between insight and story, between logic and emotion. Remember, people need to feel what you're saying, not just understand it. Think of this phase as climbing stairs. Each step builds elevation and anticipation. Then release. This is the emotional peak. It's the moment of transformation, the insight, the revelation, the shift. This is where your message lands. Release isn't about adding more information. It's about delivering the truth you've been leading them toward. It might be a single sentence. It might be a moment of stillness. Let it breathe, let it echo. When done right, this part doesn't feel like pressure. It feels like permission. You're not pushing your point. You're letting it drop into the room, boldly, clearly, unapologetically. Finally, command, end with direction, not vague inspiration, but clear call. What now? What shifts? What action must be taken? A bold message doesn't leave people in awe. It leaves them activated. It creates movement. Speak your final words with certainty. Let them carry the weight of everything you've built. No stammering, no apologies. Let the end echo with clarity. This is where we go from here. So open with presence, build with purpose, release with power, and command with conviction. Structure your message not as a performance, but as a portal. Let it guide, elevate, and transform. Because when your words are built with intention, they don't just reach ears, they reshape lives. Filler language is the static of speech, the unconscious noise that clouds clarity, waters down presence, and erodes authority. Like, you know, I think, basically, just these verbal habits creep in quietly, but their impact is loud. They blur the edge of your message, making powerful words sound hesitant, uncertain, or unfocused. To lead with your voice, you must first clear the clutter from it. You must collapse filler language and replace it with something infinitely more powerful: intentional breath and deliberate stillness. Filler words are rarely necessary. They are verbal placeholders, signals that the speaker is unsure, stalling, or disconnected from their message. They are often spoken to fill silence, but great leadership doesn't fear silence. It uses it. When you stop stuffing your speech with unnecessary sound, you begin to speak from your center. Why does this matter? Because filler words dilute your presence. They create friction between your message and your audience. They break rhythm. They whisper, "I'm not fully grounded," and people may not consciously register them, but they feel their effect. Trust weakens, authority softens, clarity fades. Now, removing filler isn't about sounding robotic or rehearsed. It's about becoming aware. Awareness is the first step to mastery. Begin by noticing your most common filler phrases. Record yourself speaking. Don't judge, observe. Which words or sounds do you reach for when you're unsure, uncomfortable, or transitioning between ideas? Next, practice replacing them with breath. When you feel the urge to say, take a silent inhale instead. Let your body ground. Let the silence speak for you. This pause does not signal weakness. It signals command. A quiet moment filled with intention is far more compelling than a rushed sentence packed with nervous noise. Also, replace filler with deliberate stillness. Let your hands rest. Let your voice pause. Trust that the space between your thoughts holds power. In that space, your audience leans in. They prepare to receive. You appear composed, thoughtful, present. This kind of speaking isn't faster, it's cleaner. It's slower in the best way, more intentional, more resonant, more effective. People don't need more words from you. They need clear ones. Words with weight. Words that arrive uncluttered. Here's a simple exercise. Choose 1 minute per day to speak on any topic, but eliminate all filler. Pause when you need to. Breathe instead of reaching for like or End your sentences cleanly. Feel how much stronger your voice becomes when every word has space to stand on its own. Remember, you are not here to fill time. You are here to shape it. You are not here to rush through sound. You are here to own the space. Collapse the filler. Clear the static. Let stillness speak. Because when your voice is free from clutter, what remains is powerful, present, and impossible to ignore. Leadership is not defined by where you've been. It's shaped by where you're going. And the most powerful leaders speak not from their past, but from their future. They don't let yesterday's doubts shape today's words. They speak as the version of themselves they are becoming, boldly, clearly, intentionally. This is the secret of forward-moving influence, speaking from the future you, not the former you. Most people speak from memory. They draw from who they've been, what they've survived, what they're used to. Their language is laced with old limitations and outdated stories. I've never been good at this. This is just how I am. I've always struggled with that. These statements are not harmless. They are identity anchors, reinforcing a version of self that no longer serves the vision. But words do more than reflect identity. They create it. What you repeatedly say becomes what you eventually believe, and what you believe becomes how you behave. This is why your future requires a new voice, one that speaks from your next chapter, not about your last one. To speak from the future is to embody the mindset, language, and tone of the leader you're stepping into. It's not pretending, it's pre-aligning. You don't wait until you've arrived to speak with confidence, clarity, and vision. You lead with it and let the world rise to meet the frequency. Try this. Imagine the most powerful, purposeful, fully expressed version of you. See how they speak, how they enter a room, how they begin a conversation. What kinds of words do they use? What do they no longer explain, minimize, or justify? Now bring that voice into this moment. Let it lead. Let it speak through you. Your language will begin to shift. You'll stop saying, "I hope to," and start saying, "I intend to." You'll replace "I'm trying" with "I'm choosing." You'll stop asking for permission and begin offering vision. You won't just talk about what you want. You'll speak as if it's already in motion, because it is. Speaking from the future requires courage. The world around you may still reflect the old version, but leadership isn't about waiting for reality to catch up. It's about declaring what's coming. When you speak from the future, you become a portal. You make the invisible feel possible. You normalize expansion. This isn't about faking confidence. It's about remembering that your future identity already exists. You're not inventing it. You're aligning with it. And the more you speak from that alignment, the faster it becomes real. Words are energetic blueprints. Speak the ones that match the life you're building. So speak as if you are already trusted, already empowered, already creating impact. Let your voice carry the tone of your next evolution, because when you speak from the future, you invite others into it. And that is the essence of leadership. Your voice is not just sound, it is energy in motion. Every word you speak carries a frequency. Every tone you use sends a ripple into the unseen. There is a kind of spiritual physics behind your voice, an invisible system in which intention, vibration, and resonance interact with the field around you. And when you speak with awareness, your voice becomes a tool not just of communication, but of creation. We often think of speaking as a mechanical act, vocal cords vibrating, air moving, words forming. But underneath the physical, something much deeper is happening. Your voice is your vibration, your inner state made audible. It's your energy made tangible to others. And just like a tuning fork can influence another, your voice influences the energy field of every space you enter. This is why some voices calm a room while others stir chaos. Why a single phrase can heal or harm. Why the same message, spoken from different people, lands with completely different results. It's not just what is said, it's the frequency it's carried on. That frequency is shaped by your emotion, your presence, your alignment. Every time you speak, you're shaping energy. You're either harmonizing the space or disrupting it. You're either uplifting the vibration or dampening it. You're either opening others or closing them. This is spiritual physics. Intention plus vibration equals impact. When your words are backed by clear, conscious intent and delivered with steady energy, they begin to rearrange reality. People feel it. Environments shift. Momentum builds. You're not just speaking, you're sculpting the unseen. Think of it this way. Your voice is a tuning fork for the future. If you speak from fear, you amplify fear. If you speak from truth, you activate truth. You are always broadcasting, always vibrating. The only question is, what are you tuning reality to? To harness this, begin with awareness. Before you speak, check your energy. What frequency are you holding? Fear or faith? Anxiety or calm? Doubt or clarity? Align your state before you form a single word. Then speak from that vibration. Your voice will carry not just information, but transformation. Use your breath to anchor your energy. Speak slowly, with presence. Let your tone reflect your heart, not your hurry. Let silence between words carry as much charge as the words themselves. This is not theatrical, it's energetic alignment. Practice blessing your words. Quietly infuse your message with the energy you want it to carry. peace, love, courage, empowerment. Speak not at people, but into them. Let your voice become a vessel for unseen power, because when you speak with spiritual awareness, your words no longer vanish into the air. They enter the field. They ripple out. They influence reality. Speak not just to be heard, but to resonate. Speak not to fill space, but to charge it. Your voice is not ordinary. It is sacred technology. Use it wisely. Before your voice speaks, your energy has already introduced you. Long before you utter your first word, the room has already felt your presence. This is the silent language of leadership, the nonverbal signature of influence. The most powerful communicators know how to command attention without demanding it. They walk into a space and people sense someone just arrived. This is not charisma in the performative sense. It's not about dramatic entrances or exaggerated movements. It's energetic coherence, when your body, mind, and intention are aligned so precisely that your very presence becomes magnetic. Every person radiates an energetic field. This field speaks louder than voice, clearer than words. It transmits confidence or insecurity, clarity or confusion, power or passivity. When your inner world is still and sure, it emanates outward like a silent frequency, and others feel it. They might not know why, but they respond. They lean in, they listen. The room reacts to your presence before it reacts to your message. To command a room without saying a word is not about taking up more space. It's about owning the space you're in. This begins with grounding. Feel your feet on the floor. Breathe into your body. Let your spine lift and your shoulders soften. Move with intent, not haste. Stillness, when held with presence, becomes its own kind of gravity. Eye contact is another anchor, not to intimidate, but to connect. Look with clarity, not need. When your eyes land without rushing, without apologizing, they say, "I'm not here to be chosen, I am here to lead." That gaze speaks louder than 1,000 rehearsed lines. Posture is also part of the nonverbal code. A hunched body whispers uncertainty. A rigid stance signals defensiveness. But a relaxed, upright frame speaks of grounded power. Let your body speak what your soul knows. You belong here. Silence, too, is one of your greatest tools. When you're not speaking, but holding space, you reveal strength. You resist the urge to fill the air, proving you don't need to chase attention. It finds you naturally. In this stillness, others can feel your readiness, your depth, your presence. Try this practice. Walk into a room and say nothing. Just stand, breathe, and observe. Ground yourself. Make eye contact. Smile gently if it feels authentic. Say with your energy, "I'm here and I bring something valuable." Watch how the room adjusts to you, not the other way around. Commanding the room without words is not about ego. It's about clarity of presence. It's about entering spaces with a quiet authority that comes not from needing to lead, but from being aligned with leadership itself. So before you speak, remember, your presence has already spoken. Make it powerful, make it still, make it unmistakably you. Every conversation you have with others is, in part, a reflection of the conversation you're having with yourself. Your words are not just shaped by thoughts, they're echoes of your inner dialogue. The tone you use with others mirrors the tone you use in silence. If you want to lead powerfully in speech, you must first lead yourself in thought. This is the unspoken truth of communication. What you believe about yourself leaks into every word, every gesture, every pause. Confidence isn't manufactured in the moment. It's been rehearsed silently, long before the stage or the meeting room. Likewise, doubt isn't created externally. It's confirmed internally, one self-defeating thought at a time. Your internal voice sets the baseline of your external influence. If you habitually criticize yourself, your speech may sound apologetic. If you question your worth, your tone may carry hesitation. If your inner voice affirms your power, your presence becomes anchored. even in silence. This is not about pretending to be confident. It's about becoming someone who no longer needs to pretend. And that begins by becoming conscious of the voice inside you. Ask yourself, what do I say to myself when no one's watching? What assumptions run quietly through my mind as I prepare to speak? They won't take me seriously. I'm not ready. I'm not enough. These whispers shape your outer voice. They bend your posture, tighten your throat, rush your words. Now flip the script. What if your inner voice begins saying, I'm exactly where I need to be. My voice matters. I don't need to perform just to be present. Watch what happens. Your external language starts to soften. Your words grow roots. Your tone becomes truthful. To master the echo of inner dialogue, create space each day to speak to yourself with intention, not empty affirmation, but grounded recognition. Look in the mirror and speak as the leader you're becoming. Say things that your nervous system can believe. Build inner rapport, not through hype, but through honest encouragement. And notice the shifts. When your inner voice respects you, your outer voice does too. You no longer speak to convince, you speak to connect. You no longer perform, you transmit. Your communication stops trying to prove and starts to move. Here's a simple practice. Before any important conversation, meeting, or speech, close your eyes. Listen to the inner voice. Is it calm or chaotic? Supportive or critical? Then choose. Yes, choose a new sentence, one that aligns with your truth. Repeat it 3 times slowly. Let it echo into your body. Then speak from there, because in the end, your voice is just the surface. The real power lies beneath it, in the beliefs you carry, the self-permission you grant, the inner world you cultivate. Lead that conversation first. Speak to yourself with clarity, courage, and care, and the world will echo that energy back. There is a moment, quiet but unmistakable, when someone speaks and fully owns their voice. There's no shrinking, no softening, no subtle disclaimer hidden in their tone. They speak not to offend, not to impress, but because their truth demands to be spoken. This is unapologetic speaking, and it is one of the most powerful signals of leadership. To speak unapologetically does not mean being rude, loud, or inflexible. It means there is no internal retreat in your voice. No hesitation, no second guessing while the sentence leaves your lips. You are not asking for permission to be heard. You are claiming your space with clarity, conviction, and calm certainty. Most people speak with disclaimers woven into their tone. Sorry, but I could be wrong. This might sound silly, but these are linguistic exit doors, ways to flee from the discomfort of taking up space. They are subtle apologies for existing, for having an opinion, for daring to lead. But leadership doesn't live in apology. It lives in ownership. To speak like a leader, you must speak from a place where you no longer negotiate your worth every time you open your mouth. You must learn to stand in your sentence, even if it's not perfect, even if someone disagrees, even if your voice shakes. Unapologetic speaking begins with internal alignment. Ask yourself, do I believe what I'm about to say? Am I willing to be seen in it, stand by it, and let it land, even if it's met with silence or resistance? If not, pause. Don't force it. Find the truth you can stand behind without dilution. That's where your real power lives. This isn't about being certain of everything. It's about being certain in yourself. Certain enough to speak honestly, own your perspective, and let your words land without chasing approval. Practice this. The next time you're tempted to soften your message with an apology or a disclaimer, pause. Breathe, say it again, but cleaner, simpler, without the emotional exit ramp. Let your words rest on their own weight. You'll feel the shift. So will everyone else. Unapologetic speaking also respects the room. When you speak from full ownership, you invite others to do the same. You create a field where truth rises, not performance. This kind of presence is rare, it's magnetic, it doesn't need to dominate. It simply does not shrink. You don't need to be loud to be firm. You don't need to be flawless to be trustworthy. You need only speak without abandoning yourself in the process. So stop cushioning your truth. Stop apologizing for your insight. Stop editing your voice to make others more comfortable with your power. Leadership lives in the sentence that doesn't flinch. Speak it. Own it. Let the world adjust. Words are not just sounds, they are structures. Every sentence you speak builds something. A bridge or a wall, a doorway or a dead end. Language, when wielded with intention, becomes architecture, a design that holds meaning, direction, and emotion in place. Great leaders understand this. They don't speak casually. They construct their message like a monument, designed to endure, align, and inspire. Architecture begins with purpose. No master builder starts without a blueprint, and no master communicator speaks without intention. What are you building with your words? A sense of unity, a vision for the future, a new standard for the moment? Without clarity, your language collapses under its own weight. But with clear intent, every word becomes a beam of meaning that holds your message up. Endurance is the first principle of this kind of speech. Words that endure are not trendy or inflated. They are true. They are stripped of fluff, grounded in experience and free of apology. They carry weight not because they're loud, but because they are rooted. A phrase that is simple and real will echo in memory far longer than a paragraph crafted to impress. Then comes alignment. Just as a building must be structurally sound, your message must be internally coherent. Your tone must match your words. Your body language must echo your intention. Your story must support your point. When all parts of your message align, you speak with integrity, and integrity resonates. Misalignment, when your words say one thing but your energy says another, creates confusion. The audience may not know why they feel disconnected, but they'll sense the wobble. Build your message like a stable structure, every part supporting the next, each piece echoing a single purpose. Finally, a great message must inspire, not just emotionally, but architecturally. It must offer a way forward. Just like good architecture invites people in, your language must create space for others. Don't just tell people what to think. Give them something to stand inside of. A vision, a possibility, a belief about themselves they didn't see before. Consider this practice. Before your next important message, sketch it like a building. What is the foundation, your opening truth? What are the structural beams, your supporting points? What's the roof, the insight that holds it all together? And where's the door, the invitation for others to step into action? This framing will shift how you speak. You'll stop tossing words into the air and start placing them with precision. You'll feel your speech take shape, solid, unshakable, enduring. Because language, like architecture, can either crumble or elevate. It can either house emptiness or shelter vision. So speak as a builder. Speak as a designer of futures. Speak not to impress with decoration, but to inspire with structure. Let your words rise like monuments, built to last, aligned with truth, and open to all who are ready to walk through. If you want to transform minds, you must speak to more than thoughts. You must speak to beliefs. Beliefs are the hidden architecture of perception. They determine what people accept as possible, what they reject without question, and how they interpret the world around them. Until a belief shifts, behavior remains unchanged. Surface words skim the mind, but sacred language pierces the programming. This is the art of speaking to belief, learning to communicate not just to inform, but to reprogram the stories people live by. Every person walks around with an invisible script. I'm not a leader. People like me don't succeed. Change is hard. These aren't just thoughts. They're deeply embedded operating systems. They shape decisions, responses, even relationships. When you try to change behavior without shifting belief, you're rearranging furniture in a house that's still sinking. To speak like a leader, you must recognize these invisible walls and speak in a way that dissolves them. Start by listening beneath the surface. When someone resists an idea, don't fight them with logic. Ask yourself, what belief is this resistance protecting? What assumption are they guarding? Real transformation begins when you stop challenging people's behaviors and start inviting them to see differently. Sacred language speaks directly to these beliefs, not by force, but by invitation. It says, what if that story isn't true anymore? It uses phrases like, people like us are built for this. You've already proven you're the kind of person who, what if this isn't a limitation? It's an initiation. These words don't just deliver content, they shift context. They open new neural pathways. They plant seeds of a new identity. A key technique is reframing. Take a limiting belief and offer it a new frame. I've failed before becomes, you now know more than most. I'm not confident enough becomes, confidence is a skill you build by showing up, not a trait you're born with. Reframing doesn't dismiss people's stories. It rewrites them with compassion and power. You must also speak from a belief system that's been integrated in yourself. People can sense when you're speaking belief as a theory versus as a lived truth. Your voice carries more resonance when your own assumptions have been rewritten. The clearer you are on your own inner programming, the more cleanly you can speak into someone else's. Here's a practice. Before your next conversation or presentation, ask, what belief am I trying to awaken? What old narrative might need dissolving? What truth is ready to rise in its place? Then speak to that deeper layer, not with pressure but with precision. Because when you speak to belief, you don't just change minds, you liberate identities. You invite people to meet themselves again at a higher level. That is sacred work, and that is the true language of leadership. Your words are not just descriptions of reality. They are declarations of what is becoming. To speak as if something is already true is to step into one of the most powerful forms of leadership, the law of assumption in speech. This law states that reality responds not to what you wish to be true, but to what you speak as if it already is. Leaders who move the world forward do not ask, can this happen? They speak from the space of it is already happening. They don't describe the gap, they speak from the arrival. Their language doesn't trail behind circumstances, it leads them. To speak as if it's already true is not about lying or pretending. It's about choosing your energetic point of reference. Instead of communicating from uncertainty, lack, or delay, you speak from completion. You speak from the version of reality where the vision is already unfolding. You collapse doubt and time with a single phrase. It is done. This shift is subtle but seismic. Consider the difference between these two statements. I hope our team can reach the next level this year. We are a team that rises to new levels consistently. One expresses desire, the other expresses identity. One keeps the outcome in the distance, the other pulls it into the present. That's the power of assumption-based language. It reorients the listener's belief system by anchoring in what already is. To use this skill, begin with clarity. Ask yourself, what reality am I building? What outcome do I want to see reflected back? Then speak from that place, not toward it. Replace phrases like hopefully, maybe, I'm trying, or someday with present tense certainty. We are growing. This is what we do. This already belongs to us. Let your tone match the vibration of already having, not still wanting. This approach also transforms how others respond to you. When you speak with assumed certainty, you activate trust. You radiate alignment. People feel the shift. They lean into the frequency of confidence because they sense you've seen something they haven't yet, and your voice makes it real for them. But this isn't about arrogance. It's about resonance. Your job isn't to force others to believe. It's to speak with such clarity and wholeness that belief becomes inevitable. Practice this. Choose one area of your life or leadership you want to expand. Craft 3 statements in present tense language, as if the expansion is already true. Speak them aloud. Speak them in conversation. Speak them into the spaces that feel most uncertain. Let your voice become a creative force, because when you speak as if it's already true, the world reorganizes to mirror your frequency. Not because you're forcing reality, but because you're finally leading it. So speak not of what might be. Speak from what is becoming, and let that truth reshape everything. Influence doesn't only live in your ideas, it lives in how your sentences are built. The structure of your speech carries more weight than most people realize. Beyond tone, beyond content, there exists a hidden grammar of influence. The subtle sentence patterns that signal dominance, certainty, and trustworthiness. Mastering this unspoken code can elevate your communication from informative to commanding. The way you arrange your words either invites confidence or doubt. A message with strong internal structure naturally feels true, even before it's fully processed. This is why skilled speakers, negotiators, and leaders don't just say powerful things. They structure their sentences to carry authority. Let's begin with declarative statements. Influential communicators speak in declarations, not suggestions. This will work. We are moving forward. I trust this team. These are complete, grounded thoughts. There's no need for softeners like I think, maybe, or kind of. These linguistic crutches signal uncertainty. Remove them and you instantly sound more aligned. Compare, I think we could probably try to finish this today. We'll finish this today. The content is similar, but the structure transforms the energy. One hesitates, the other leads. Another tool of hidden grammar is active voice. Passive constructions dilute your presence. Mistakes were made leaves everyone guessing. I made a mistake and here's how we fix it owns responsibility. In leadership, active voice creates clarity, direction, and integrity. Pay attention to embedded assumptions in your speech. Influential language assumes agreement. It speaks with the expectation that others are already on board. When we launch this successfully, assumes success. As you know, presumes shared knowledge, creating immediate inclusion and rapport. This subtle grammar shifts people into agreement without confrontation. Short sentences are another sign of clarity. In moments where you want to land a point with impact, simplify your syntax. Long, winding statements lose attention. Short sentences cut through noise. They signal decisiveness. Now let's talk about rhetorical symmetry. Using patterns of 3, known as the rule of 3, creates rhythm and memorability. Politicians and public speakers have long used this device. We will plan with care, execute with confidence, and deliver with excellence. This structure feels complete. It taps into how the brain processes language and makes it stick. Finally, great communicators use strategic repetition, not because they lack variety, but because repetition cements meaning. When a key phrase is used more than once, it becomes a drumbeat. It anchors the message in the listener's mind. Here's your practice. Review a recent message you gave, an email, a meeting point, a speech. Examine your grammar. Were your sentences structured for influence or filled with hesitation? Rewrite just one paragraph with tighter, cleaner, more decisive language. Feel the difference. The hidden grammar of influence is not about sounding polished. It's about sounding certain. Speak with structure, lead with clarity, because how you say it is what they hear, and what they hear determines what they believe. Facts inform, but vision transforms. The greatest leaders do not speak merely to describe what is. They speak to evoke what could be. They speak not just to the eyes and ears, but to the imagination, intuition, and soul of those who listen. This is the art of speaking beyond the senses, using language to awaken the unseen and activate the untapped. Most communication stops at surface level. It reports data, it states opinions, it names what can already be observed. But transformational leaders reach into a deeper reservoir. They speak to what's possible before it's visible. They use words as instruments, not just of explanation, but of invocation. To speak beyond the senses is to give shape to the formless. It is to describe what cannot yet be seen, but what can already be felt. You use language to stir inner vision, so people don't just understand your message, they experience it. Consider the difference between these two statements. We'll grow revenue by 20% this quarter. We're becoming the team that sets a new standard, where results aren't chased, they're expected. That future, it's already moving through us. The first informs the senses. The second awakens the imagination and the identity of the listener. One speaks to the surface, the other speaks to the soul. Here's how to speak in this way.
Use visual and symbolic language.
Paint mental pictures. Instead of saying, we're improving, say, we're building a bridge from chaos to clarity. Metaphors and imagery tap the brain's creative centers. They activate right brain engagement, allowing your message to resonate emotionally and intuitively. Evoke emotion, not just facts. Facts are useful, but feeling is memorable. Instead of we're launching a new product, say we're about to give people something they didn't know they were waiting for. This kind of language opens emotional portals. Speak to identity and destiny. Address who people are becoming, not just what they're doing. You're not just managers, you're architects of culture, the ones who shape how tomorrow feels. When you speak to someone's deeper role in the story, you activate leadership at a soul level. Use phrases that sound like prophecy, not possibility. Say, this is the moment we've prepared for, instead of, hopefully this goes well. Speak from knowing, not wishing. When your words feel inevitable, others start to believe. Here's a practice. Before your next presentation or conversation, ask, what do I want them to see that isn't visible? What emotion or vision lives just beyond the facts? Craft 3 sentences that speak to that, and let those lead your message. When you speak beyond the senses, people don't just hear you, they feel themselves inside your words. They see their future, they touch their potential. That is the essence of visionary communication. Don't just report the visible, reveal the invisible. Speak to what hasn't yet arrived and make it impossible to forget. In a world overflowing with noise, brevity is not just a style, it is spiritual precision. The paradox of powerful communication is this: the fewer your words, the greater their weight. Every syllable carries more energy when it's not crowded. Every phrase becomes sacred when it's not diluted. This is the power of saying less. We've been conditioned to believe that more is more, that to prove our intelligence, we must elaborate, that to hold attention, we must entertain, that to lead, we must fill the silence. But real leadership doesn't come from speaking often, it comes from speaking with essence. When you say less, people listen more. Why? Because your silence creates space for reflection. Your restraint builds tension. Your brevity signals certainty. You're not trying to win approval with volume. You're transmitting clarity with precision. The greatest leaders, speakers, and sages are not remembered for their endless words, but for their timeless sentences. Phrases like, I have a dream, be the change, or it is finished, remain etched in history, not because they were long, but because they were true, and because they were lean. To say less requires internal mastery. It means you've sifted through the clutter and found the core. It means you're not speaking to perform, but to deliver. You know that silence can hold power, that a pause can say more than a paragraph. This doesn't mean being vague or withholding. It means being clean. You strip away the extras, I think, sort of, maybe, just, and speak only what is essential, not coldly, but intentionally. Every word becomes a choice. Every sentence becomes an offering. Here's a truth. People don't remember what you said. They remember how your words made them feel. An emotion is stirred more by what is implied than what is over-explained. When you leave space in your speech, you invite the listener to participate. Their imagination fills in the blanks. Their intuition completes the thought. This is the alchemy of influence. Here's a practice. After writing or preparing your message, cut it in half. Then read it again, slower. Find the phrases that pulse, the lines that land, the truths that don't need decoration. Keep those. Trim the rest. You'll feel the density increase. Your message will hum with power. Speaking less also shows respect for your audience's time, attention, and intelligence. It tells them, I trust you to understand. I don't need to oversay. And that trust breeds trustworthiness. So lead with restraint. Speak with discipline. Trust the pause. Let your silence be purposeful, your words surgical, your message distilled. Because when you say less, you give more. You let your message breathe. You let your presence speak louder than noise. And in that space between fewer, bolder words, your true voice is heard. Every powerful conversation, presentation, or message has a clear beginning and a compelling middle. But what truly separates great communicators from forgettable ones is their ability to close the loop of influence. They don't just end, they complete. They leave no energy dangling, no momentum wasted, no question about what just occurred. They finish with power, not just presence. Closing the loop is more than summarizing your points or offering a polite thank you. It's the energetic closure of a message. It's the moment when all the threads you've laid throughout your communication are pulled tight and woven into a single, resonant ending. Done well, it becomes the part of your message that echoes long after you're gone. Many leaders start strong and speak well, but then fade out. Their ending trails into vagueness. Well, that's it, or that's all I have. And the power of everything they built slowly drains out. Without closure, energy leaks. Without a clear end, transformation floats unfinished. Think of your message like a circuit. Until it is closed, the current cannot complete. The impact cannot lock in. The emotional arc cannot land. Your audience remains suspended, waiting for resolution that never comes. Closing the loop means giving that final energetic exhale, one that says, "We have arrived. This matters." And here's what's next. To close powerfully, remember these three elements: completion, anchoring, and direction. Completion is when you return to your central message. You tie back to what you opened with, reaffirming the core truth. It creates a sense of satisfaction and structure. It signals that this wasn't random. It was crafted. Anchoring is when you make the takeaway unforgettable. This is where a key phrase, metaphor, or call to action gets repeated with more force. We rise by lifting others. This is our moment. These are anchor lines, short, emotionally charged statements that seal the message into memory. Direction is what sets the energy forward. A great close doesn't only reflect, it initiates. It turns insight into movement. It ends not with finality, but with a next step. It says, now we act, now we rise, now we build. Even if the message is complete, the momentum continues. Practice this. The next time you prepare a message, write the ending first. Decide how the energy will land. Will it feel grounded, uplifting, urgent, quietly powerful? Craft a single sentence that holds your entire message in its bones. Then build toward it. Let every word beforehand become a pathway to that final echo. Remember, it's not enough to inspire. You must seal the inspiration. You must close the loop. Because when you end with clarity, confidence, and conviction, your words don't just stop. They stay. They root themselves in minds and hearts. So don't trail off. Don't exit small. End like a leader who knows their voice leaves a mark. Close the loop and let your message live on. Before you say a single word, The room already knows who you are, not because of your resume, your attire, or your title, but because of the energy you bring with you. This is energetic ownership of space, the invisible but unmistakable quality of someone who doesn't just enter a room, they own it. True ownership isn't about dominance. It's not about being the loudest, the most extroverted, or the most commanding. It's about presence. It's about walking into any environment with the calm, centered confidence of someone who knows, I belong here. This kind of presence is not given, it's claimed, and it begins internally, not externally. Energetic ownership means you are rooted in yourself before you ever speak. You've already chosen to align with clarity, not self-doubt. You've already decided to lead, not perform. You've already accepted that you don't have to take space. You simply bring it with you. We all know what it feels like to be in the presence of someone like this. They walk into the room and people look up, not because they're flashy, but because they are anchored. They radiate coherence. Their energy doesn't ask for attention, it attracts it. To cultivate this kind of presence, you must start with your inner field. How you carry your energy is what determines how others receive your words. You cannot fake this. If you're filled with anxiety, the room will feel it. If you're grounded, the room will trust it. That's how influence begins, silently. Before any meeting, conversation, or presentation, take a moment to center yourself. Breathe. Feel your feet on the floor. Straighten your spine, not to look taller, but to feel more connected to your own power. Then expand your awareness beyond your body. Sense the room. Imagine your energy expanding to fill it. This is not fantasy. It's a subtle act of energetic leadership. Energetic ownership also means you don't shrink in unfamiliar or intimidating environments. You don't make yourself smaller out of deference or doubt. You don't wait for permission to bring your full presence. Instead, you arrive with the silent conviction that your voice belongs here, and others feel that truth before you ever speak. And when you do speak, your words land differently, not because they're louder, but because they carry the weight of someone who is home within themselves. That's what people trust, not just your message, but your state. Here's a practice. When you walk into any space, virtual or physical, pause. Before you speak, let your presence fill the room. Let your energy say what your mouth hasn't yet. Practice standing, breathing, and looking around as if you already own the outcome, because energetically, you do. Leadership is not just what you say, it's what you radiate. So stop entering rooms like you need to prove something. Enter like you already are something, because the moment you do, the space will respond. Behind every powerful voice is a moment of quiet preparation, a ritual not of performance, but of alignment. Sacred speech rituals are not about superstition or habit. They are intentional practices that activate your presence, synchronize your energy, and elevate your voice to a frequency of leadership. Before great leaders speak, they prepare themselves to lead energetically, not just intellectually. Words carry the vibration of the space they emerge from. If your inner world is scattered, fearful, or uncertain, that energy will seep into your message, no matter how well rehearsed the content is. Sacred speech rituals ensure you don't just walk into a moment of influence, you arrive there fully aligned. These rituals are simple but potent. They create the space for you to shift from distraction to devotion, from noise to clarity, from self-consciousness to soul consciousness. Here are 3 foundational practices to create your own sacred speech ritual. 1. The breath of arrival. Before you speak, arrive in your body. Sit or stand still. Inhale slowly through your nose, allowing your belly to expand. Hold briefly, then exhale fully through your mouth. Do this 3 times. With each breath, release tension and welcome presence. This breath is your anchor. It returns you to yourself. 2. Set the inner intention. Ask yourself silently, why am I speaking? What is the deeper purpose beneath my words? Choose a single word or phrase that reflects your intention: clarity, service, truth, impact. Say it to yourself like a mantra. This anchors your energy and guides your tone. Your words become the extension of a deeper commitment, not just communication, but transmission. 3. Visualize the energy field. Close your eyes and imagine the space you're about to enter, whether it's a stage, a meeting, or a one-on-one conversation. Picture your energy expanding calmly, filling the room with a field of confidence, trust, and grounded presence. See your words landing in open hearts and alert minds. Don't visualize applause. Visualize resonance. This isn't about control, it's about co-creation. You can also create tangible anchors, ritual objects, or gestures. Maybe it's placing a hand on your chest to feel your heartbeat before speaking. Maybe it's standing with your feet firmly rooted and shoulders back. Maybe it's wearing a piece of clothing that reminds you of your strength. These physical actions signal to your nervous system, I am safe, I am ready, I am here to lead. Over time, your ritual becomes sacred. It doesn't matter if it takes 5 minutes or 30 seconds. What matters is the intention behind it. These moments prepare not just your mouth, but your mind, body, and spirit to speak from alignment. Because when you speak from ritual, your voice carries more than sound. It carries clarity, calm, power. So don't just step into the moment, enter it consciously. Let your preparation be as powerful as your presentation. Speak not from rush, but from ritual. Speak like someone who knows the sacred nature of their voice, because that knowing is where real influence begins. Leadership is not just about describing reality, it's about expanding it. The most influential leaders don't simply speak to what is, they speak to what could be. Their voice becomes a portal through which vision, imagination, and new futures are awakened. This is the voice of possibility, a way of speaking that invites people to step beyond limitations and into potential. When you speak from possibility, you are not offering false hope or empty optimism. You are choosing to recognize the unseen potential that exists beneath every challenge, every person, every situation. You are pointing to a future that doesn't yet exist, but could, if we're willing to move toward it. People are often stuck in a loop of what's familiar. Their beliefs are shaped by their past, and their language reflects it. That's just the way things are. This always happens. We've tried that before. These statements reinforce boundaries that no longer serve. The role of a leader is to introduce a new language, one that reshapes what is possible. The voice of possibility sounds different. It uses phrases like, "What if there's another way? Imagine if we could. Let's explore something bigger. Here's what I see for us." These words don't deny the present. They expand it. They stretch the room's imagination. They elevate the emotional frequency of the conversation. Suddenly, a group that felt stuck begins to see movement. Not because their circumstances changed, but because their language did. To cultivate the voice of possibility, you must first expand your own internal vision. You cannot speak of what's possible for others if you're still trapped in your own limitations. Begin by examining the language you use with yourself. Do you speak from restriction or from invitation? Do you narrate your fears or your future? Start using possibility language in everyday moments. If a colleague says, "This is going to be hard," respond with, "Yes, and it might also be exactly what we need to grow." If a team member expresses doubt, meet it with grounded vision. "I hear that, and I also believe we're more capable than we realize." Speak in a way that expands the field. Be the one in the room who brings light to what others cannot yet see, not with hype, but with deep, calm belief. Here's a practice. Before your next conversation, ask yourself, what future am I speaking from? What do I want them to see that they currently can't? Craft one sentence that articulates that vision. Then speak it slowly with certainty. Let it land. Because when you speak with the voice of possibility, you don't just deliver information, you deliver invitation. You invite people to become more than they thought they were. You give them language for a future they've only felt as a whisper. And that's not just leadership, that's creation. Some truths are too big for explanation. Some ideas cannot be received through logic alone. This is where metaphor becomes one of the most powerful tools in the leader's toolkit, not just as a poetic device, but as a vehicle for transformation. Metaphors bypass the gatekeepers of the mind and go straight to the subconscious, where belief lives. When you speak in metaphors, you're not just telling people what to think. You're giving their mind an image to hold. A bridge, a mountain, a spark, a mirror. These symbols carry entire worlds of meaning in a single phrase. The mind doesn't resist them because it doesn't need to analyze a metaphor. It feels it, pictures it, absorbs it. Why is this so powerful? Because beliefs are not always built by facts. They're built by stories, associations, and emotional memory. When you embed a metaphor in your message, you offer the listener a shortcut to understanding, a way to internalize something complex in a form that feels true at the deepest level. Consider the difference between these two statements. Growth takes time and discipline. Growth is like tending a garden. You plant, you water, you wait, and one day something blooms. The first is logical. The second is transformational. The metaphor opens a door to patience, care, and nature's rhythm. It doesn't tell the audience what to believe. It lets them feel it. Metaphors are especially useful in leadership when introducing change. People fear the unknown. They cling to what is familiar. But when you give them a metaphor, you give them context. We're crossing a bridge together. This is the sunrise after a long night. We're not breaking. We're being forged. Suddenly, they're not just hearing your words, they're inhabiting the journey. They see themselves inside the metaphor. And because of that, they move forward with more trust, more ease, more belief. To use metaphor well, you don't need to be poetic. You need to be intentional. Start by asking, what truth do I want them to feel, not just understand? Then ask, what image or comparison carries that truth naturally? Often the best metaphors are drawn from nature, movement, craftsmanship, or human emotion because they're felt, not taught. Here's a practice. Choose one idea you need to communicate, a shift, a challenge, a mission. Write it plainly, then craft a metaphor that expresses the same idea in imagery. Speak it aloud. Let it roll through your voice. You'll notice how it sticks, not just in your mind, but in the room. Metaphors rewire minds not because they argue for change, but because they recode perception. They reshape what people believe is possible, natural, even inevitable. So speak in images, speak in symbols, speak in the language of the subconscious. Because when you do, you don't just share ideas, you plant new realities. There is a presence that enters the room before words, a quality that turns simple sentences into declarations and pauses into power. That presence is certainty. It is not arrogance. It is not perfection. It is the quiet, unwavering energy of someone who trusts their own voice. And the truth is, certainty is not something you're born with. It's something you create. This is the alchemy of certainty, the process of transforming self-doubt into verbal power. Doubt is normal. It visits every voice that dares to speak up, to stand out, to lead. But while many wait for confidence to arrive before they speak, leaders do the opposite. They speak to generate it. Certainty is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to lead anyway. It is a state you practice, not a feeling you wait for. The alchemy begins with awareness. Self-doubt has a voice. You've heard it before. What if I'm wrong? What if they judge me? Who am I to say this? That voice doesn't need to be silenced. It needs to be transmuted. The goal isn't to destroy doubt. It's to speak through it with power. Here's the formula. 1. Anchor to purpose. Before you speak, return to why your message matters. Certainty doesn't come from ego, it comes from service. When your focus shifts from, will they approve of me, to, how can I serve them? Your energy changes, doubt shrinks, voice expands. You speak not for validation, but for impact. 2. Stand in your body. Certainty is physical. If you slouch, fidget, or rush, your nervous system mirrors uncertainty. But when you ground your feet, lift your spine, and breathe slowly, your body sends a signal: I am safe, I am present, I belong here. Your voice follows your posture. 3. Speak in finished sentences. Uncertainty loves to leak through language. I guess, kind of, maybe. These are exit doors for doubt. Close them. Replace them with complete, confident statements. This matters. We're ready. This is the path forward. Even if your voice shakes, your structure won't. 4. Pause with power. Rushing is a symptom of self-doubt. It says, let me finish before they challenge me. But leaders own the pause. They speak, then hold the space. That's silence. It radiates strength. It gives your words weight. It says, I meant what I said. 5. Repeat your truth. Certainty grows through repetition. Say your message more than once, not as a tactic, but as a transmission. When you repeat truth with conviction, your mind believes it more deeply. So does your audience. Here's your practice. Before your next high-stakes moment, stand tall, breathe deep, and say aloud, I don't have to feel certain. I only have to speak from alignment. Let your voice follow, because certainty isn't about having all the answers. It's about owning your presence while asking them. That is the alchemy. Doubt becomes fuel, breath becomes anchor, and your voice becomes the bridge between who you were and the leader you already are. Your voice is not just a sound, it's a signature. Every word you speak carries the weight of who you believe you are, and for most people, their vocal presence is shaped by who they've been, not by who they're becoming. The shift begins when you decide to speak not from history, but from future identity. This is the vocal identity shift, a practice of aligning your voice with your next level of self. Most people unconsciously speak from old programming. They use language that reflects outdated beliefs, past limitations, or identities they've outgrown. You hear it in phrases like, I've never been good at public speaking. I'm just not a natural leader. This probably isn't important, but these aren't just words, they're anchors, tying your voice to a smaller version of yourself. And the longer you speak from that place, the harder it is to grow beyond it. The key to transformation is to let your future self speak now. Not when you've achieved more, not when you feel ready. Now. Start by imagining the leader you are becoming. See how they speak, how they stand, how they sound. Are their words more direct? Do they carry more calm, more conviction? Are they slower, more grounded, more impactful? This version of you already exists in potential, and when you allow that identity to express through your voice, you begin to collapse the gap between who you are and who you're meant to be. This is not pretending, it's practicing presence. It's rehearsing the reality you're stepping into. Every time you speak from this elevated identity, you are reinforcing it, making it more natural, more embodied, more true. Here's how to begin. 1. Name your next level voice. Choose 3 qualities that define your future vocal presence. For example, calm, precise, commanding. Keep them in mind every time you speak. Let them guide your tone, your pace, and your message. 2. Speak from vision, not memory. Before you speak, ask yourself, am I expressing from past limitation or future possibility? Filter your message through the lens of who you're becoming. Let your language match your growth, not your wounds. 3. Use identity-driven language. Replace, I've always struggled with with I'm learning to lead with clarity. Change, I'm not great at. To I'm developing mastery in. Speak as someone becoming, not someone stuck. 4. Record and reflect. Practice speaking as your next level self. Record a short voice note or video. Don't judge, observe. Ask, does this sound like who I've been or who I'm stepping into? Adjust, repeat, align. The more you practice this shift, the more natural it becomes. Over time, your voice will evolve, not because your pitch changed, but because your identity did. Leadership begins when your words stop echoing the past and start calling in the future. So speak as the version of you that already exists beyond doubt. Let your voice become the bridge between now and next, because once your voice changes, everything else follows. There's a misconception in leadership that vulnerability is weakness, something to be hidden, softened, or apologized for. But in truth, when shared from strength, vulnerability becomes one of the most powerful tools a leader can use. It forges connection, builds trust, and humanizes influence. This is strategic vulnerability, the art of revealing truth without unraveling authority. Vulnerability does not mean oversharing. It does not mean collapsing under pressure or narrating your struggles in real time without grounding. True vulnerability is truth with clarity. It's the ability to say, here's where I've failed, or here's what I'm still learning, while standing tall in your voice. People do not trust perfection. They trust honesty. They trust the leader who says, I made a mistake, and here's how I've grown from it. They trust the speaker who says, I used to doubt myself too, and then shows how that doubt became a doorway to strength. The key is where you're speaking from. Vulnerability shared from a place of need, looking for reassurance or rescue, creates discomfort. It asks the audience to carry you. But vulnerability shared from integration, when the experience has been processed and the lesson absorbed, creates inspiration. It gives your audience something rather than asking them for it. This is why we call it strategic, not because it's manipulative, but because it's intentional. It's crafted to build a bridge, not a burden. Here's a simple way to practice. 1. Reveal the scar, not the wound. Don't speak from open pain. Speak from healed experience. Share what's been processed. I used to fear public speaking, not I'm terrified right now. Let your audience witness the transformation, not the unraveling. 2. Connect vulnerability to value. Every truth you share should serve a purpose. If you tell a story about failure, connect it to a lesson. If you reveal a fear, show how you moved through it. Vulnerability without direction creates confusion. Vulnerability with direction builds trust. 3. Keep the focus on service. You're not telling your story to be seen. You're telling it so others can see themselves. Strategic vulnerability is an act of generosity. It says, if I've lived through this, you can too. It models possibility through truth. Vulnerability done well is anchored. It's calm. It's clean. It doesn't demand. It offers. And in doing so, it creates something rare, authentic credibility. You become both relatable and reliable, human and strong, approachable and powerful. Here's your practice. Identify one story you've been afraid to share. Ask yourself, have I processed this? Can I speak it with clarity and purpose? If so, craft a simple version. Keep it grounded. Speak it from your center. Let the truth land gently but firmly. Because when you lead with truth, not as confession, but as contribution, you unlock something deep in your audience. You remind them that real leadership isn't about being untouchable. It's about being real and rising anyway. Every unforgettable speech, every powerful conversation carries an invisible structure, an energetic curve that holds the listener from beginning to end. Like a great piece of music, It doesn't just transfer information, it moves people through a rhythm of tension and release, rise and fall, stillness and crescendo. When you master this curve, your message doesn't just land, it lingers. Too many messages fall flat, not because the words are wrong, but because the energy never evolves. They start strong, then plateau, or they meander aimlessly, or worse, they end without ever building to anything at all. But when you understand the natural rhythm of a message, you learn to orchestrate emotion, not just explain ideas. Here's the basic arc of the energetic curve: build, break, rise, and resolve. 1. Build. Every powerful message begins by creating emotional momentum. This is not about rushing, it's about framing. You start by grounding your audience, setting intention, and gently building energy. You might open with a story, a question, a powerful truth. The build is where attention locks in. It's where your voice steadies, your rhythm starts, and the room shifts into focus. 2. Break. Then comes the break, the moment of disruption, honesty, tension, or surprise. This is where you reveal a challenge, ask a hard question, or shine light on an uncomfortable truth. The break wakes people up. It creates contrast. And all great messages need contrast. Without this moment of emotional descent, your audience has nothing to rise from. The break isn't negative, it's necessary. It prepares the listener for the transformation to come. It creates space for new insight by gently dismantling what no longer serves. 3. Rise. After the break comes the rise, the uplift. This is where your message becomes visionary. You offer insight, clarity, or hope. You shift from what's broken to what's possible. Your voice may grow stronger. Your tempo may quicken. This is the part of your message that makes people sit up straighter, breathe deeper, and believe again. The rise is where energy and inspiration peak. It's where your message turns from story into strategy, from emotion into movement. 4. Resolve. Finally, you resolve. This is the close, but not a fade out. This is the landing, the integration, the seal. You bring everything back to a clear, calm center. You summarize not just with logic, but with presence. It's not just what you say, it's the space you leave after you say it. The resolution brings the audience back to stillness, changed, moved, and clarified. Here's your practice. The next time you prepare a message, map the energy. Identify your build, your break, your rise, and your resolve. Where does the shift happen? Where does the tension spike? Where does it soften? Because when you ride the energetic curve of a message, you don't just inform, you orchestrate. And that's when your words become more than language. They become music in motion. Every great speech flows like music. It's not just about what is said, but how the energy moves through the message. Like a symphony, the best speeches have an arc, an energetic curve that builds, breaks, rises, and resolves. This curve is what keeps an audience emotionally engaged from beginning to end. Think about your favorite speeches, whether from history, film, or a live event. What makes them unforgettable isn't simply their content, it's the rhythm. They start with intrigue or calm confidence, begin to rise with urgency or emotion, break into intensity or revelation, and finally resolve with clarity or inspiration. These moments are deliberate. They tap into a pattern our brains instinctively recognize and crave: tension and release. The energetic curve begins with the build. This is where you set the stage. You might begin slowly and deliberately, grounding your audience with context, a story, or a provocative idea. This part doesn't need to be dramatic. It needs to earn attention. It lays the foundation and creates the feeling that something important is coming. Next comes the break, the disruption, twist, or challenge. This is where you introduce the conflict, the problem, the stakes. It's the sharp intake of breath in a piece of music, the emotional pivot that makes the audience lean forward. The energy here spikes, and your delivery should reflect it. Use pace, pause, and inflection to guide how the audience experiences this shift. Then comes the rise. After the tension, your speech gathers momentum again. This is where you build toward your main message or vision. You bring clarity, purpose, or emotional resonance. You might share a personal insight, a call to action, or a core belief. This is the heartbeat of your message, where passion and conviction peak. Finally, there is the resolve. No great speech ends at the height of intensity. It closes with direction, reflection, or hope. The energy doesn't drop off abruptly. It gently lands. This is your chance to leave the audience with something to hold on to, a final thought, a powerful image, or a memorable line. It's the echo that stays in their minds after you leave the stage. Mastering this energetic curve doesn't mean scripting every word. It means becoming aware of how your message flows and how your delivery can rise and fall with intention. Silence can be as powerful as a shouted word. A slow pace can draw people in as much as an energetic rush. Whether you're delivering a keynote, pitching an idea, or telling a story to friends, pay attention to the rhythm. Vary your volume, tempo, and emotional intensity. Let your speech breathe. Let it surprise. Because when your message follows the natural emotional arc that humans are wired to respond to, it becomes more than a speech. It becomes an experience. Great communication doesn't start in the mind, it starts in the body. Before words are processed intellectually, they're felt. The nervous system, always scanning for signals of safety or threat, responds to a speaker's tone, rhythm, and presence long before it deciphers meaning. The most powerful speakers understand this. They don't just speak to inform, they speak to regulate. They speak into the nervous system. When leaders speak, their voice becomes a source of emotional co-regulation. In moments of stress, uncertainty, or urgency, cadence and repetition can calm an anxious crowd or energize a hesitant room. These tools go beyond language. They operate at a primal level, like a lullaby to soothe or a drumbeat to rally. Cadence, the rhythmic flow of speech, is one of the most overlooked yet powerful aspects of communication. A steady cadence creates a sense of control and trust. It reassures the audience, this person knows where they're going. Fast, erratic speech can signal anxiety or desperation, but a speaker who breathes, pauses, and paces their words signals groundedness. The nervous system of the listener picks that up. I can relax. I'm safe here. Repetition, too, works on the nervous system. It creates familiarity, rhythm, and predictability. The brain loves patterns. When a speaker repeats key phrases, yes, we can, I have a dream, build back better, those words become anchors. They regulate emotion by offering consistency. They stick, not just cognitively, but somatically. The body remembers them. This is especially important in leadership. In times of crisis or transition, people are not just looking for answers. They're scanning for stability. Leaders who speak too quickly, overcomplicate their language, or fail to repeat their core messages often create more confusion than clarity. But those who slow down, ground their voice, and use rhythmic repetition can literally calm the room. This doesn't mean speaking like a robot. Authenticity is key, but it does mean becoming aware of how your voice affects the bodies of those listening. Are you helping them breathe easier? Are you sending signals of safety, clarity, and control? To practice this, listen to the greats. Study the cadence of Martin Luther King Jr., the soothing repetition of Barack Obama, the steady pacing of Brené Brown. Notice how their words land not just in your ears, but in your chest. You feel them before you think them, and that's the goal. When you speak into the nervous system, you don't have to convince people with logic alone. You help them feel what you want them to believe. Safety, strength, hope. In a world full of noise, the leaders who can regulate energy through voice, rhythm, and repetition stand out. They become anchors in the storm. They speak not just to be heard, They speak to be felt. True influence doesn't shout, it doesn't rush, it doesn't scramble to fill every silence. The most powerful communicators in the world understand a secret. Authority lives in stillness. Command isn't something you project outward with volume or speed. It's something that begins inward, in the quiet space of presence. When you speak from that stillness, people listen. Not because you're loud or persuasive, but because your energy signals something deeper: certainty, clarity, and self-possession. In today's fast-moving world, most people equate power with pace. They speak quickly, trying to impress or dominate through force. But rushing often signals nervousness, not confidence. It leaks insecurity. It tells the room, "I'm afraid I'll lose you if I pause." The paradox is this: the more you chase attention, the more you repel it. Now think of the opposite. A leader who speaks slowly, deliberately, who pauses between sentences, who allows silence to hang in the air without flinching. That stillness draws people in. It creates space for impact. It makes every word matter more. Stillness is magnetic. It slows the room down. It tells your audience, "I'm not in a rush. I belong here. I trust myself, and you can trust me too." This inner stillness is not about being quiet or passive. It's about grounding. A calm mind and steady breath create a stable platform for your message. That steadiness is contagious. It regulates the energy in the room. When you speak from a place of calm authority, others sink to it. They feel safer, more open, more attentive. The pause between your sentences is not empty. It's charged. It's where your message lands. It's where your listeners absorb meaning. Silence is not the absence of communication. It's the amplifier. It makes your presence felt beyond your words. Cultivating this inner stillness requires practice. Start by becoming aware of your breath before you speak. Ground your feet. Slow your thoughts. Instead of rushing to fill every gap with words, allow yourself to pause. Speak only what needs to be said. Then wait. Let your message settle. Watch great communicators and you'll see this pattern again and again. Oprah, Nelson Mandela, Maya Angelou. Their words were powerful not because they said more, but because they spoke from stillness. You felt their presence before they even spoke. That's the essence of command. Not control, not dominance, but presence. The kind of presence that says, "I am fully here, I am not performing, I am not apologizing for taking up space." In a noisy world, stillness cuts through the chaos. It is the quiet confidence that moves people more than volume ever could. So the next time you speak, don't just focus on your words. Focus on the silence that holds them. That's where your power lives. Before a single word leaves your mouth, your audience already knows something about you. They may not be able to explain it, but they feel it. They pick up on your energy, your presence, your intention. That's not magic. It's biology, psychology, and emotional intelligence working together. It's what great communicators understand instinctively. Your unspoken intent speaks louder than your actual words. We are wired to read one another far beneath the surface. Micro-expressions, tone, eye contact, body language. These all reveal what you're really communicating. If your words say one thing, but your intention is unclear, uncertain, or self-serving, people will feel the disconnect. They may not consciously know why, but something won't sit right. They won't trust you, no matter how polished your delivery. This is the telepathy of intention. It's the invisible but deeply felt signal that precedes language. It's the reason someone with humble, unrefined words can move a crowd to tears, while someone with flawless rhetoric can leave a room cold. The power isn't in the script, it's in the source. So what is your intention when you speak? To impress, to control, to be liked, or to connect, to serve, to reveal truth? When your intention is aligned, when your purpose is rooted in clarity, care, and contribution, your words land with force. Not because they're perfect, but because they carry authenticity. People feel the difference. They lean in. They trust you. Why? Because your inner alignment gives your message coherence. It doesn't just sound right, it feels right. This is why great leaders speak from purpose, not performance. They aren't pretending. They aren't chasing applause. They're grounded in why they're speaking in the first place. Even when they're nervous, even when they don't have the perfect phrasing, their intention holds them steady. That intention becomes a bridge, heart to heart, mind to mind. And here's the key. You don't have to declare your intention. You just have to feel it. It will come through your voice, your eyes, your stillness, your timing. When you're clear inside, you transmit that clarity outward. That's the telepathic part. It's not mystical. It's deeply human. To speak with aligned intention, you must slow down and ask, why am I saying this? What am I really trying to offer? Am I rooted in truth or hiding behind performance? Before your next presentation, conversation, or pitch, take a quiet moment. Breathe, center yourself. Let your intention rise to the surface. Let it be honest. Then speak from that place. Because when your words are backed by clean, aligned purpose, people don't just hear you. They feel you. They trust you. They remember you. And in the end, that's what great communication is. Not just words delivered, but intention received. Every interaction you have sends out a signal. Every word, gesture, pause, and even breath creates a field of energy that others feel. Whether you're aware of it or not, you are always broadcasting, and the reactions you receive are not random. They are feedback, echoes, reflections of the energy you transmit. This is the physics of feedback. Every response you receive is shaped by the signal you send. Great communicators understand this. They don't treat feedback, whether it's a look, a tone, a silence, or applause, as judgment. They see it as data, as mirrors. They learn to read it not with defensiveness, but with curiosity. And then they adjust, not by abandoning their message, but by refining their delivery. Like a musician tuning an instrument mid-performance, they listen to the room and respond in real time. Feedback starts the moment you enter a space. Before you speak, people are already reacting to your posture, expression, and presence. Are you calm or agitated, open or closed, grounded or scattered? People sense this within seconds, and their bodies respond accordingly, leaning in or pulling back, softening or shutting down. Once you begin speaking, the feedback becomes richer. You can see it in eye contact, in micro-expressions, in posture shifts, in subtle nods or subtle resistance. Most of this feedback is nonverbal, but it's constant. And the more attuned you become, the more clearly you can read it. Here's where mastery comes in. Instead of forcing your message through resistance, adjust the frequency of your communication. That doesn't mean people-pleasing or shape-shifting. It means being present and responsive. If you sense confusion, clarify. If you sense tension, slow down. If you sense disengagement, energize. You're not changing your truth. You're changing your delivery system so it lands. This is emotional intelligence in action. Noticing without judgment. Adjusting without losing authenticity. One powerful shift is to see feedback not as something that happens to you, but as something that happens with you. You are in co-creation with your audience at every moment. If the energy drops, it's not their fault. It's a signal. If the energy rises, it's also a signal. Every reaction is a clue, a compass pointing toward deeper connection, or showing you where you've drifted. This approach changes everything. It transforms stage fright into curiosity. It turns defensiveness into presence. It replaces the fear of judgment with the practice of attunement. To master feedback, you must first master awareness. Stay grounded. Listen with your whole body. Speak with intention. And most importantly, don't resist the echo. Use it. Because when you treat every reaction as part of the dialogue, not just the aftermath, you become not just a speaker, but a conductor of energy. In the end, feedback isn't about approval. It's about alignment. And the more tuned in you become, the more your message can move, not just minds, but hearts. The most influential communicators don't just speak to the mind, they speak to the heart and spirit as well. Their words operate on multiple levels at once, creating resonance that is both intellectual and emotional, both logical and soul-stirring. This is the art of speaking in multidimensional layers. In today's world, information is everywhere. Logic alone is no longer enough to move people. Facts inform, but they rarely transform. What creates lasting impact is communication that engages the whole person, the part that thinks, the part that feels, and the part that longs for meaning. To speak in multidimensional layers means crafting your message so it lands in 3 places at once. The mind. This is the rational level. It's where your ideas, facts, structure, and logic live. It's how you organize your message to make it understandable. Without this, your message may inspire, but it won't be clear. The mind asks, does this make sense? Is this credible? The heart. This is the emotional layer. It's where you tell stories, use vivid imagery, or express vulnerability. The heart connects through shared human experience. When people feel emotionally safe and seen, they open. The heart asks, do I care about this? Does this move me? The spirit. This is the deeper, often unspoken layer. It's not religious, it's existential. It's about purpose, values, and resonance. When you speak to the spirit, you're calling people toward something larger, toward identity, contribution, or transformation. The spirit asks, does this align with who I am or want to be? Great communicators weave these 3 dimensions seamlessly. They may begin with a personal story, heart, share a key insight, mind, and close with a universal call to action, spirit. The effect is powerful. The message doesn't just land, it echoes. Think of figures like Nelson Mandela, Malala Yousafzai, or Maya Angelou. Their messages were clear and grounded in truth, mind, but they were also deeply felt, heart, and timelessly meaningful, spirit. They spoke in layers, and their words continue to ripple across time. So how do you practice this? Start with clarity. Ensure your message has a strong foundation, facts, structure, and logic. Then ask yourself, where is the human emotion in this? What does this story feel like? Add that dimension through tone, pace, or storytelling. Finally, zoom out. Why does this matter beyond the moment? What is the universal thread? Speak to that. Let your words carry not just ideas or emotions, but meaning. When you speak this way, you become more than a messenger. You become a mirror for the audience's inner world, a reminder of what they think, feel, and know deep down to be true. Because in the end, people may forget your words, but they won't forget how your message made them think, how it made them feel, and how it made them remember who they really are. Before words, there is breath. It is the foundation of all communication, the silent force that shapes your tone, steadies your voice, and signals your state of being. Most people overlook it, but great communicators understand. The way you breathe determines the way you lead. Authority isn't just about what you say, it's about the presence you project. And that presence begins with your breath. When your breathing is shallow, rapid, or erratic, it tells the nervous systems around you, this person is anxious, uncertain, or reactive. People may not know why they feel uneasy, but they sense it. Trust begins to erode. On the other hand, when your breathing is calm, deep, and grounded, it sends a very different signal. This person is safe, confident, and clear. That kind of presence naturally commands attention, not through force, but through resonance. This is the breath of authority. When you master your breath, you master your state. Your physiology shifts. Your voice becomes richer, your thoughts more coherent, your energy more stable. This doesn't just benefit you, it calms the people around you. In conversation, on stage, or in conflict, your breath becomes a regulating force. You set the emotional tone of the room. Breathing well doesn't mean doing anything complicated. It means slowing down, lengthening your exhales, and pausing before you speak. These simple shifts signal to your body and to your audience that you're in control, not just of the conversation, but of yourself. Try this. Before a big meeting or difficult conversation, take 3 deep breaths. Inhale through your nose, slowly and steadily. Hold for a beat. Then exhale gently through your mouth, making the exhale longer than the inhale. Feel your shoulders drop. Feel your voice deepen. That's the breath of authority arriving. Once you're speaking, continue to breathe intentionally. Allow pauses. Let your sentences land. Don't rush to fill the silence. The more comfortable you are with stillness, the more others will feel safe in your presence. Watch great leaders, and you'll see this embodied. They don't gasp for air or speak in a frantic rhythm. They speak as if they have all the time in the world. They breathe with purpose, and that breath becomes a steady drumbeat beneath their message. It's not arrogance, it's internal alignment. Breath is also contagious. When you breathe calmly, others mirror you. In tense moments, a grounded breath can de-escalate conflict. In uncertain moments, it can anchor a team. In inspiring moments, it can amplify impact. So if you want to command a room, lead a team, or deliver a message that lands, start with your breath. It's not just air, it's signal, it's rhythm, it's power. Because the breath of authority doesn't just support your voice. It is your voice before it ever speaks. Words, when chosen with care, can feel like silk. They can glide, resonate, and linger in the air long after they're spoken. This is the power of linguistic elegance, the ability to craft speech that feels luxurious, intentional, and magnetic. Elegant language is not about using big words or sounding intellectual. It's about choosing words with precision, rhythm, and emotional weight. It's about making every syllable serve your message and your presence. Elegant speech doesn't shout for attention, it invites it. It doesn't chase approval, it earns respect through clarity, restraint, and beauty. So what defines linguistic elegance? First, intentionality. Elegant speech is never rushed. Each phrase feels chosen, not thrown together. Whether you're speaking one-on-one or to 1,000 people, there's a quiet confidence behind the words. You're not filling space, you're shaping it. You're not just talking, you're curating an experience. Second, musicality. Elegant language flows. It has a natural cadence, a rise and fall that feels almost melodic. Great communicators understand the value of rhythm. They know when to let a sentence stretch, when to punctuate with a pause, and when to land a word like a final note. This rhythm makes your message more memorable and more pleasurable to listen to. Third, clarity. Elegance thrives in simplicity, not plainness, but clarity. A well-crafted sentence doesn't meander, it delivers. It may carry complexity, but it never confuses. The most magnetic speakers can express profound truths in language that feels effortless. They don't bury ideas in jargon, they elevate them with precision. Fourth, imagery and texture. Elegant language paints pictures. It awakens the senses. It uses metaphor, contrast, and storytelling to invite the listener into a deeper, more vivid experience. It doesn't just inform, it evokes. Words become more than tools. They become art. Fifth, restraint. Elegance knows when to stop. It values space as much as sound. It trusts the power of silence. Over-explaining, over-talking, or over-performing dilutes impact. A single line delivered with intention and poise can hold more weight than an entire paragraph of rushed speech. To cultivate linguistic elegance, begin by listening. Study speakers who embody it. Think of Maya Angelou's poetic gravity or David Attenborough's calm precision. Read great literature aloud. Practice speaking slowly. Replace filler words with meaningful ones. Trim the excess. Speak with care, not caution, with grace, not perfection. Above all, speak from truth, because elegance isn't a performance, it's alignment. When your inner clarity meets outer expression, elegance happens naturally. People feel it. They don't just hear your words, they experience them. Linguistic elegance doesn't demand attention, it earns it. And in a noisy world, that's magnetic. There is a quiet, unmistakable power in someone who speaks with full alignment, when their words, beliefs, and emotions are moving in the same direction. That resonance can't be faked. It's the feeling you get when someone speaks and their message just lands. It feels true, it feels trustworthy, it feels alive. This is the resonance of inner alignment. When your thoughts, feelings, and speech are in harmony, your communication takes on a different kind of force. It vibrates on a deeper level. People don't just hear you, they feel you. You no longer have to push your message forward. Your presence carries it for you. But when there's a disconnect, when you say things you don't fully believe or hide emotions behind polished words, your audience senses the misalignment. Even if they can't explain it, they feel something's off. Your voice may sound confident, but the energy behind it is fractured, and fractured energy weakens influence. Inner alignment begins with honesty. It requires that you get clear on what you really believe, what you truly feel, and why you're saying what you're saying. Too often, people speak from performance, saying what they think they should say to win approval or avoid discomfort. But true resonance doesn't come from performance. It comes from authentic presence. That doesn't mean you need to be perfect. It means you need to be real. If you're uncertain, speak with honesty about that uncertainty. If you're passionate, let your passion come through unfiltered. If you're vulnerable, let that vulnerability shape your tone, not just your content. When your external expression matches your internal state, your message becomes magnetic. Think of alignment as energetic integrity. It's when your values support your message, your emotions support your delivery, and your body supports your presence. This creates coherence, and coherence creates trust. You can feel this in great speakers, whether it's a civil rights leader, a teacher, a coach, or a close friend. They may use simple words, but their words carry. They don't overcompensate or posture. They speak with a grounded sense of knowing. That's alignment. That's resonance. To practice inner alignment, pause before you speak. Ask yourself, do I believe what I'm about to say? Do I feel what I'm expressing? Does this message align with who I am and what I stand for? When the answer is yes, you'll feel it in your body. Your breath will settle. Your voice will find its natural tone. You won't have to force confidence. It will arise from clarity. Inner alignment makes your message unstoppable, not because it's louder, but because it's truer. It's tuned, and people are drawn to what feels true. Because in the end, resonance isn't about volume. It's about vibration. And the most powerful messages don't just sound good. They feel right. People rarely remember exact words. They remember images. They remember how something made them feel. And that feeling is almost always tied to a picture in the mind. That's why great communicators don't just talk in facts or abstractions. They speak in pictures. Visual language anchors memory, evokes emotion, and creates movement in the listener's imagination. It brings your message to life, not as information to be processed, but as an experience to be felt. Think about some of the most powerful phrases in history. I have a dream. Tear down this wall. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. These aren't just ideas. They're images. They take root in the listener's mind like vivid snapshots. They give the audience something to see, not just something to think about. When you speak in pictures, you make your message tangible. Instead of saying, we faced a lot of challenges, you say, we were walking a tightrope in the wind, trying not to fall. Instead of saying, this solution will help your business grow, you say, this is the seed, we just need to plant it in the right soil. These images do more than entertain. They activate the brain. Neuroscience shows that when we hear vivid, sensory-rich language, our brain responds almost as if we're experiencing the scene ourselves. We don't just hear the words, we feel them. That's the magic of metaphor, story, and descriptive detail. Visual language also helps your audience hold on to your message. Abstract ideas are slippery. They fade quickly, but images stick. If you can connect your key points to a strong mental picture, your message becomes portable. People carry it with them long after the conversation ends. To cultivate this skill, begin by noticing your own speech. Are your words creating images or just delivering concepts? Start replacing vague or generic phrases with sensory detail. Use metaphor, analogy, or even mini stories to illustrate your points. For example, instead of saying, "Leadership requires resilience," you might say, "Leadership is like steering a ship through a storm. You can't control the wind, but you can steady the wheel." That visual gives the idea shape, movement, and emotion. It becomes memorable. And remember, it's not about overloading your speech with flowery language. It's about clarity through imagery. One well-placed picture is more powerful than a paragraph of explanation. Choose visuals that match your tone, humble, bold, poetic, or simple, and that speak to the hearts of your listeners. Speaking in pictures invites your audience to step inside your message, to walk with you, to see what you see. Because when you help people see your message, they're far more likely to remember it. And more importantly, they're more likely to believe in it. Words alone are not enough. You can have the perfect script, the ideal phrasing, and a brilliant idea. But if your body isn't in alignment with your message, your impact will fall flat. That's because your body speaks just as loudly as your voice, and often even more convincingly. This is the essence of verbal command and the body. Your posture, eye contact, and gestures are not separate from your speech. They are extensions of it. When used consciously, they amplify your presence, sharpen your delivery, and ground your authority. When neglected or misaligned, they dilute your message and create confusion in your audience. Let's start with posture. Your posture sets the tone before you say a single word. Stand tall, shoulders relaxed but open, spine straight, feet grounded. This signals confidence, stability, and readiness. It's not about rigidity or puffing up. It's about being centered and present. Slouched or collapsed posture sends a message of uncertainty or withdrawal, no matter how powerful your words are. On the other hand, aligned posture conveys calm strength. You become someone worth listening to, not just because of your voice, but because of your presence. Next, eye contact. The eyes are the bridge between you and your audience. When you maintain strong, steady eye contact, you create connection and trust. It tells the listener, "I see you, I'm here with you, I'm not hiding." Avoiding eye contact can read as nervousness, dishonesty, or disconnection, even if unintentional. On the flip side, staring without warmth can feel aggressive. The goal is relational eye contact, focused, human, and aware. Whether you're speaking to one person or 100, let your eyes move with intention, connecting person to person, not just scanning the room. And then there are gestures. These are your visual amplifiers. When aligned with your speech, gestures bring rhythm, emphasis, and clarity to your words. A well-timed hand motion can make a point stick. A grounded open palm can invite trust. A raised finger can signal importance. But gestures must be natural. Forced or repetitive movements can distract rather than support. The key is awareness. Gesture from the core, not just the arms. Let your movement emerge from intention, not habit. The body and voice are one system. When you bring your physical presence into harmony with your message, you gain a new level of command. Not command in the sense of domination, but in the sense of integration. You become a full-spectrum communicator, Your words are no longer just sounds. They are supported by stance, shaped by sight, and punctuated by motion. To cultivate this, practice speaking in front of a mirror or recording yourself. Notice how your body moves or doesn't when you talk. Then refine, relax, align, embody. Because when your posture says, "I'm grounded," your eyes say, "I see you," and your gestures say, "I mean this," your words become more than information. They become undeniable. Influence isn't reserved for the stage. It's not limited to boardrooms, podcasts, or keynote addresses. In fact, some of the most powerful influence happens in moments most people overlook: a hallway conversation, a lunch meeting, a chance encounter in an elevator. This is the realm of conversational influence, and mastering it means learning to lead with intention in every interaction, no matter how casual it may seem. Every conversation, no matter how small, has the potential to shape perception, build trust, and move ideas forward. The question is, are you showing up with presence or just filling space with words? Most people treat casual conversations as throwaway moments, quick, reactive, often distracted. But great communicators treat each interaction as an opportunity, not to manipulate, but to connect, listen, and plant seeds of influence that can grow over time. This kind of influence is subtle but powerful because it's based on consistency, authenticity, and emotional intelligence. At the core of conversational influence is intent. Before you speak, ask yourself, what is the purpose of this moment? What kind of energy do I want to bring? What value can I offer here, whether through clarity, encouragement, or insight? Even a 60-second interaction can carry weight when led with clarity and care. A word of encouragement can shift someone's self-perception. A thoughtful question can unlock a new direction. A pause to truly listen can create trust that lasts for years. Tone matters. In conversation, your tone often speaks louder than your content. Influence is rarely achieved by being the smartest in the room. It's earned through being the most attuned. When you listen with full attention, when your energy is calm and confident, people feel it. They feel seen, valued, and respected. That is influence. So is language choice. Use clear, simple, human language in conversation, not performance talk. Avoid jargon, overcomplicated phrasing, or robotic responses. Speak as a person, not a persona. People follow those they feel connected to, not those who try too hard to impress. Also, master the art of the micro-story. In casual conversation, you rarely have time for a long speech, but a short, vivid example can carry enormous weight. A personal anecdote, a quick metaphor, a simple "this reminds me of." These create memorable moments and build credibility without over-explaining. Finally, practice leaving a positive emotional footprint. People may forget what you said, but they'll remember how they felt around you. Were they inspired, respected, energized, safe? Every casual interaction is a chance to make someone feel better for having crossed your path. Conversational influence is not about control. It's about alignment. It's about showing up in your everyday life as the person you truly are, while guiding others toward clarity, trust, and growth through your presence. Because the truth is, you're always communicating. So why not do it with intention? Fear is often the silent passenger in the room when we speak. It grips the throat, shortens the breath, and scatters the mind. It tells us to shrink, to rush, to hide. But what if fear isn't something to fight or avoid, but something to transform? Great speakers aren't fearless. They've simply learned to release the fear frequency, the subtle, often invisible signal that broadcasts insecurity, and turn that energy into connection and command. At its core, the fear of speaking is rarely about speaking itself. It's about being seen. It's about the ancient primal fear of judgment, rejection, or failure. That fear creates tension in the body, hesitation in the voice, and disconnection from the audience. The result? Your message may be technically sound, but it doesn't land. It doesn't resonate. Releasing the fear frequency starts with one simple truth. Fear is energy, and like all energy, it can be redirected. Instead of trying to get rid of fear, welcome it. Feel it fully. Let it move through your body rather than getting stuck in your chest or throat. Then shift its purpose from threat to fuel. That tightness in your stomach, that's energy ready to be focused. That racing heart, that's excitement waiting to be claimed. That trembling hand, that's your body reminding you this moment matters. Use breath as your first tool. Deep, grounded breathing calms your nervous system and recenters your focus. Breathe into your belly. Slow down your exhale. You'll feel your voice drop, your thoughts clear, your body settle. Then reconnect to why you're speaking. Fear thrives when the focus is on you, your flaws, your image, your performance. But the moment you shift attention to the audience, to serving instead of surviving, something changes. Fear loses its grip. Your energy expands. You move from self-conscious to purpose-conscious. Speaking becomes less about proving something and more about offering something. Another powerful shift is to reframe fear as a sign of readiness. It means you care. It means you're stepping into something meaningful. Fear, in this context, is not a stop sign. It's a green light. Lean in. Let it sharpen you, not silence you. Finally, practice. Not just your speech, but your state. Practice speaking while being in your body. Practice calming your breath. Practice speaking from stillness, from alignment, from truth. Over time, your nervous system will recalibrate. What once felt like fear will begin to feel like aliveness. Because the goal is not to eliminate fear, it's to become someone bigger than it. Someone who can stand in front of a room, feel the surge of nerves, and still speak with clarity, strength, and heart. That's real courage. That's real power. And when you release the fear frequency, what takes its place is unmistakable. Presence, command, connection. Long before we evaluate someone's words, we listen to their voice. Tone, pace, pitch, and rhythm carry emotional signals that our nervous systems decode instantly. Within seconds, we've already formed an opinion. Safe or unsafe, sincere or scripted, credible or questionable. This is the voice print of trust, a unique vocal signature that signals to others whether they can relax into your presence or stay on guard. Trust doesn't begin with what you say. It begins with how you say it. Your voice is not just a tool for communication, it's an extension of your nervous system. When you're calm, grounded, and congruent, your voice reflects that. It becomes steady, warm, and clear. But when you're anxious, defensive, or trying too hard, your voice betrays you. It tightens, it speeds up, it rises in pitch. And even if your words sound right, the energy behind them doesn't feel right. People don't just hear your voice, they feel it. So what are the qualities that create a voice print of trust? 1. Warmth. Warmth in the voice is soft, welcoming, and emotionally open. It makes people feel safe and seen. You create warmth through relaxed breath, open tone, and genuine emotional connection. It's not about being overly sweet. It's about being present. A warm voice says, "I'm here with you, not above you." 2. Steadiness. A steady voice communicates self-regulation. It's not rushed or erratic. It paces itself, allows for pauses, and doesn't rely on filler words. This steadiness signals confidence and calm authority. Even in moments of passion or urgency, the voice stays anchored. People instinctively trust what feels stable. 3. Clarity. Trustworthy voices speak clearly and intentionally. They don't mumble, trail off, or clutter sentences with unnecessary jargon. Clear enunciation, clean phrasing, and a well-structured rhythm help listeners follow you and feel led, not lost. 4. Resonance. A resonant voice isn't about volume, it's about depth and fullness. It comes from speaking from the body, not just the throat. You cultivate resonance by breathing deeply and letting your voice vibrate from the chest. A resonant voice feels grounded and real. It gives your words weight. 5. Authenticity. Perhaps most important of all, the trusted voice is genuine. It's emotionally aligned. If you're enthusiastic, your voice rises. If you're serious, it softens. There's no forced tone, no borrowed persona. You sound like you, and people can tell. To cultivate your voice print of trust, begin with awareness. Record yourself. Notice your tone when you're relaxed versus when you're under pressure. Are you rushing? Are you tense? Are you trying to sound impressive instead of sincere? Then practice. Speak slower, breathe deeper, use pauses. Let your voice rest in your body, not hover in your throat. Speak as if you're talking to someone you truly care about, because when your voice reflects safety, steadiness, and sincerity, people listen. And more than that, they believe you. Before your words land, something else speaks first. It's not what you say, but how you say it, and who you are when you say it. This is the realm of invisible language, the energetic signals beneath the surface of speech. Your tone, gaze, breath, and presence. These elements speak directly to the subconscious, often with more impact than words ever could. Invisible language is not mystical, it's biological. Human beings are wired to scan for safety, congruence, and connection. We read people not just with our ears, but with our whole nervous systems. In a fraction of a second, we register whether someone feels grounded, anxious, open, or closed. These cues influence whether we trust, follow, resist, or disengage. That's why great leaders don't just lead with words, they lead with energy. Let's start with tone. Your tone of voice carries emotional information that words alone cannot convey. A calm tone can de-escalate conflict. A warm tone can build trust. A steady tone signals competence. Even the most inspiring message can fall flat if your tone contradicts your intent. Mastering tone isn't about sounding rehearsed. It's about aligning your inner emotional state with your external expression. Then there's gaze. Where you look and how you look speaks volumes. Eye contact builds connection, but it must be authentic. Too little gaze and you seem distant. Too much and you risk coming across as aggressive or performative. The secret is attuned gaze. Look with presence, not pressure. Let your eyes say, "I see you, I'm here with you." This invisible message builds trust faster than any polished phrase ever could. Breath is the foundation of all invisible language. When your breath is shallow or erratic, people feel tension, even if your words are calm. But when your breath is deep, slow, and grounded, it sends a silent but powerful signal. I am safe. I am centered. This not only regulates your own nervous system, it co-regulates those around you. In moments of uncertainty, your breath can be more influential than your ideas. Add to this your presence, the quality of your attention, the way you hold your body, the energy you carry into a room. Presence is not something you perform, it's something you embody. When you are fully present, not scattered or self-conscious, people sense it. They lean in, they trust, they follow. To lead with invisible language, cultivate awareness. Notice what you're broadcasting, even in silence. Practice grounding your breath, softening your gaze, tuning your tone. Speak not just from your mouth, but from your entire nervous system, because the most powerful language is often the least visible. And when your energy, body, and voice are aligned, your leadership becomes more than words. It becomes felt truth. It becomes trust without explanation. It becomes presence that moves people. Before a single sentence is spoken, command and compassion are rarely put in the same sentence. One is often associated with strength, decisiveness, and control. The other with softness, sensitivity, and care. But truly great leaders know a secret. Compassion is not the opposite of command. It is the root of it. When deeply embodied, compassion becomes a leadership superpower. People follow those who see them. They trust those who care, not performatively, but genuinely. Compassion, when fully expressed, isn't weakness. It's presence. It's the courage to stay open in a world that often teaches us to close. It's the inner strength to lead not from ego, but from connection. Compassion gives you emotional access to people's hearts and minds. It allows you to understand what drives them, what scares them, what they truly need, not just at a surface level, but beneath their roles, titles, and performances. And that insight is what enables influence to become meaningful. Commanding through compassion doesn't mean you lower standards or avoid hard truths. It means you deliver those truths with care. You challenge with respect. You guide with empathy. You correct without humiliation. This balance creates trust, and trust creates followership. Compassion also fuels clarity. When you deeply care about those you lead or speak to, you communicate with more focus, more intention. You strip away fluff. You stop performing. You start asking, what does this person really need to hear right now? What will truly serve them, not just impress them? That question alone shifts your tone, your posture, and your presence. And here's the paradox. When people feel your compassion, they are more willing to accept your authority. Not because you demand it, but because you've earned it. You've shown them you're not just here to lead, you're here to lift. You've shown that your power isn't self-serving, it's in service of something larger than yourself. This kind of command is magnetic. It doesn't rely on fear, hierarchy, or dominance. It invites alignment. It allows people to open, not shut down. In rooms where compassion is present, people speak more honestly, take more risks, and bring more of themselves forward. That's where growth happens. That's where loyalty is born. To lead this way, compassion must start with yourself. When you treat yourself with harshness, that energy inevitably leaks into your leadership. But when you embody kindness, presence, and care, especially toward your own imperfections, you build the capacity to extend that same care to others. And from that place, your influence becomes grounded and sustainable. Because in the end, command without compassion is cold, and compassion without command is ineffective. But together, they create something rare. Leadership that feels strong and safe, clear and kind, firm and human. And in a world that's starving for real connection, that's not just powerful, it's revolutionary. Words don't end when they leave your mouth. They move, they echo, they land in people's minds, filter through their emotions, and sometimes live on in their decisions, beliefs, and identities. Every message you deliver plants a seed, and that seed can grow into something far bigger than you ever intended. This is the ripple effect of words. We often think of communication as a moment, a speech, a post, a conversation. But great communicators understand that words have lifespans. A sentence spoken in passing may replay in someone's mind years later. A phrase shared at the right time can become a turning point. The way you speak to a child, a team, a stranger, those words can shape someone's confidence, path, or worldview long after you've forgotten the moment. That's the power you carry. And with that power comes responsibility. To craft words that echo through time, begin with intention. Don't just speak to fill silence or impress. Ask yourself, what am I planting here? What will this grow into? If your words are seeds, what kind of garden are you leaving behind in the lives of others? Next, speak with precision and care. The most influential messages aren't always long or complex. Often they're simple truths, beautifully expressed. Think of lines that have endured for decades or centuries. I have a dream. Be the change. Yes, we can. These aren't just slogans. They're emotional anchors. They stick because they're clear, human, and deeply felt. Emotion is key. Words resonate most when they're spoken from the heart, not just the head. A message charged with sincerity and belief travels farther than one built only on logic. When you speak with emotional clarity, whether it's hope, empathy, conviction, or courage, your words vibrate with energy. That energy ripples outward. Timing matters too. A message delivered at the right moment, when someone is open, in pain, or on the edge of a decision, can change everything. That's why presence is essential. You must feel your audience. Whether it's one person or 1,000, your awareness of the moment helps you speak in a way that lands, not just passes by. And never underestimate the small moments. A kind word in a hallway, a sentence of encouragement, a truth spoken in a quiet room. These are the ripples that create unseen waves. Most of the influence we carry doesn't happen on stages. It happens in conversations, in text messages, in the pauses between meetings. To speak with lasting impact is not about being perfect. It's about being intentional, present, and real. It's about honoring the fact that what you say might live in someone long after you leave the room. Because in the end, every word is a ripple, and when spoken with care, that ripple can become a wave, sometimes even a legacy. Every time you speak, whether it's in a boardroom, on a podcast, at a dinner table, or on a massive stage, you are holding a mic. Maybe not a literal one, but a symbolic one. The mic of attention, influence, and responsibility. And to truly master communication, you must learn to treat every speaking moment as a sacred performance. That doesn't mean putting on an act. It means bringing your full presence, intention, and respect to the moment. Because what you say and how you say it carries weight. When people give you their attention, they are offering something valuable and finite. Mastering the mic means honoring that gift. Whether you're speaking to one person or 1,000, the opportunity is the same: to shift energy, offer clarity, build trust, or spark action. There is no small speaking moment. Every conversation is a stage. Every sentence is a performance. Every word is a ripple. And how you deliver it determines how far it travels. This mindset changes everything. It shifts you from autopilot to intention, from casual to conscious, from passive to powerful. To master the mic, you must first master your presence. Your presence is the atmosphere you bring with you. It's how fully you occupy the space, how connected you are to your message, and how available you are to your audience. True presence isn't loud or theatrical. It's rooted and real. You speak not from performance, but from alignment. Second, know your voice. Literally and metaphorically, develop your vocal strength through breath, tone, pacing, and articulation, but also your inner voice. What do you stand for? What are you here to say? The more you trust your voice, the more others will too. Next, master the art of emotional resonance. Great speaking isn't just about transferring ideas. It's about transferring feeling. If you're excited, let it show. If something matters deeply, let it shape your tone. Emotions, when authentic, are contagious. Your ability to feel your message is what helps others remember it. And finally, treat your audience, whether it's your boss, your best friend, or a stadium full of strangers, as sacred. See them, speak to them, not at them. Tune into their energy, their silence, their reactions. Adapt, connect, respond. Performance is not about perfection, it's about presence and partnership. When you hold the mic, you're not just speaking. You're sculpting attention. You're directing emotion. You're transmitting meaning. The mic is your instrument, and when played with care, it can create resonance that lingers long after the final word. So whether you're giving a toast, running a team meeting, or standing on a global stage, ask yourself, how will I show up in this moment? Because the mic may not always be visible, but it's always in your hands. And every moment you speak is an opportunity to lead, to serve, to perform, beautifully, bravely, and with purpose. First impressions aren't made in the middle, they're made in the opening. Whether you're stepping onto a stage, entering a meeting, or starting a one-on-one conversation, the first few seconds set the tone. They tell people who you are, how much you believe in what you're saying, and whether they should lean in or tune out. To own the opening is to claim the moment, not with ego, but with presence. It's about walking in like you belong there, because you do. It's about beginning not just with words, but with energy that signals clarity, confidence, and care. Great communicators understand this. They know the opening isn't just a preamble, it's the invitation. It's the handshake, the spark, the trust builder. If you stumble through it, you spend the rest of the talk trying to recover. But if you nail the opening, you create instant connection, and the room becomes yours. So what makes an opening unforgettable? Presence before performance. Long before you speak, people are reading you. How you enter a room matters. Don't rush in distracted or apologetic. Pause, breathe, feel your feet on the ground. When you walk in with grounded calm, you signal, I'm here, I'm ready, I respect this moment. Begin with intent, not filler. Avoid empty phrases like, thanks for having me, or I didn't plan to say much. They dilute your presence. Instead, open with a sentence that matters. A bold statement, a personal story, a pause followed by a question. Make it purposeful, make it human. Engage emotion early. The heart opens before the mind does. If you can make people feel something in the first 30 seconds, laughter, curiosity, empathy, they'll follow you anywhere. Tell a story, ask a vivid question, paint a picture, speak to their world, not just your script. Command with your body. Your posture, eye contact, and stillness speak louder than your first words. Stand tall, grounded but relaxed. Look at your audience, not over them. Let silence work in your favor. A well-placed pause before your first line can create powerful anticipation. Match your energy to the room, but lead it. If the room is quiet and tense, don't fight it with forced enthusiasm. Start from where they are, then gently lift the tone. If the room is buzzing, enter with calm clarity to center the energy. You're not just reacting, you're directing. And most of all, believe what you're saying. Nothing draws people in more than someone who's emotionally aligned with their message. If you believe in your opening, they will too. Owning the opening isn't about being perfect. It's about being present. Fully there. Clear on your intent. Connected to your audience. And rooted in the power of the moment. Because when you begin with resonance, everything that follows lands deeper. The beginning is not a warm-up. It is the message. And when you own it, you don't just speak, you lead from the very first word. If the opening earns attention, the close cements conviction. It's the final note in the melody, the last impression in the mind, and often the only part people remember. Great closers understand that the end isn't just where a talk stops, it's where momentum starts. Closing isn't a finish, it's the ignition of action. Too often people trail off at the end of a message. They fizzle, they summarize weakly, they mumble a thank you and step away. And just like that, the energy they built is lost. But the most influential communicators close like leaders. They don't just wrap up, they launch forward. The close is your final opportunity to embed a message, spark emotion, and invite movement. Whether you're delivering a keynote, leading a team meeting, or having a one-on-one conversation, your closing should do one or more of the following. Clarify the takeaway, stir the heart, and inspire action. Here's how to make your close powerful. 1. Echo your core message. Great closers bring the audience full circle. Revisit your central idea, not by repeating it word for word, but by rephrasing it with new weight. It's the echo effect. When the audience hears your main point reflected at the end, it sticks. It feels complete. It lands deeper. 2. End with energy. Your final words should rise, not fall. This doesn't mean volume or drama. It means intention. Speak your closing line with clarity and confidence. Even a quiet sentence, if delivered with calm conviction, can feel thunderous. The last few seconds leave the deepest imprint. Don't give them away to hesitation or filler. 3. Call people to something. A power close doesn't just summarize, it mobilizes. End with a challenge. an invitation, or a question that lingers. What should your audience do, feel, or reflect on after you leave? Whether it's a mindset shift or a practical action, give them direction. Don't just finish, activate. 4. Use rhythm and language that resonates. Poetic closings linger. Rhetorical devices like repetition, contrast, or a well-timed pause can make your ending more memorable. Think of Martin Luther King Jr.'s "I have a dream" refrain, or Steve Jobs' "Stay hungry, stay foolish." The cadence helps the message live on. 5. Feel it as you say it. Conviction is contagious. If you want your audience to believe, you must believe it first. Your tone, breath, and body language in the final moments speak volumes. Let your voice carry the weight of your intention. Remember, the close is not about wrapping up neatly, it's about leaving a mark. It's the handoff of energy, the final flame you place in the listener's heart or mind. So don't let your message drift to a quiet end. Drop the mic with meaning. Make your final words ring. Make them spark. Make them move. Because when you close with power, your message doesn't end. It begins again, inside the people who heard it. You can have the best crafted message in the world, perfect phrasing, flawless logic, compelling data. But if your energy doesn't match the moment, your words will fall flat. Influence isn't content first, it's frequency first. Frequency is your inner vibration, the emotional and energetic state behind your words. It's what people feel from you before they even hear you. And whether you're aware of it or not, you're always broadcasting a frequency. The room responds to that signal, not just your sentence structure. This is why two people can say the same exact words and get completely different results. One leaves the room stirred and inspired, the other leaves no trace. It's not about better writing or louder delivery. It's about alignment. It's about frequency matching message. When your internal state is coherent, calm, clear, grounded, your words carry weight. People feel your presence, they trust your voice. But when your energy is anxious, uncertain, or performative, even strong content feels off. There's a mismatch between what you say and how you say it, and people sense that dissonance. Humans are energetic readers before they are logical processors. We read tone, posture, breath, and subtle shifts in expression instinctively. This is why frequency can't be faked. You can rehearse your script all day, but if your nervous system is broadcasting fear, pressure, or insecurity, the message gets distorted. So what does it mean to lead with frequency? It means focusing on your internal state before your external delivery. It means treating your energy like your most important tool of influence. Before you speak, ask, what am I really feeling right now? Am I aligned with my message or just performing it? What energy do I want to transmit into the room? Start with the breath. Slow, intentional breathing grounds your body and settles your frequency. Let your inhale anchor you. Let your exhale clear out tension. Speak from that place, not from adrenaline, but from awareness. Then connect to purpose. Why are you speaking? Not in the surface sense of to inform or to pitch, but the deeper truth. What do you want people to feel? What transformation do you hope to offer? That clarity is part of your frequency. When your purpose is clear, your presence sharpens. People feel your conviction without needing you to over-explain it. When you lead with aligned energy, your words don't need to be fancy. They carry resonance. They stick. They move people not just mentally, but emotionally and physically. That's influence at its deepest level. So before you obsess over content, pause. Tune in. Get still. Set the frequency, then speak the message. Because your audience doesn't just hear what you say. They feel who you are as you say it. And when your frequency leads, your message doesn't just land, it lives. Words shape worlds. The language you use, internally and externally, either builds trust, clarity, and direction, or weakens your message without you realizing it. The most effective leaders speak from a different vocabulary, a leadership lexicon that uplifts, affirms, and commands with precision and power. Leadership is not just about what you do, it's about how you speak. Language is one of your most consistent tools of influence. With it, you either lead people toward confidence, collaboration, and clarity, or away from it. Words carry energy, and over time, the words you choose create patterns. They tell people who you are, what you believe, and how you see them. Great leaders are intentional about this. They don't just speak to be understood, they speak to elevate. Their lexicon is purposeful. Every word is chosen to build trust, invite action, and shape culture. So what does the leadership lexicon sound like? It affirms, not undermines. Instead of saying, "This might be a dumb idea," a leader says, "Here's a possibility worth exploring." Instead of, "Sorry, just my opinion," they say, "From my perspective." Leaders cut out minimizing language. They remove just, hopefully, and kind of. They speak with clarity, not apology. It activates, not avoids. Instead of vague phrases like "we'll see" or "let's try," leaders use decisive language. "Let's move forward. Here's what we need," or "this is the next step." Their words create momentum. They energize people to act. It includes, not isolates. Great leaders use inclusive language. We, together, as a team. They speak from a mindset of collective responsibility, not siloed control. Their words build bridges, not walls. It uplifts, not drains. Leadership language reinforces potential. Phrases like, "I believe in this," "You've got this," or "This matters," help people feel capable and seen. Even in challenge, their words carry encouragement, not discouragement. It speaks vision, not just reaction. A leader doesn't only describe what is, they articulate what could be. They use future-forward language. Imagine if, what we're building is, or we're creating a culture where. This language pulls people toward possibility and purpose. To build your own leadership lexicon, start by listening. Notice the words you use in meetings, emails, and casual conversations. Where do you hedge, deflect, or dilute your message? Then slowly begin upgrading your vocabulary, word by word, phrase by phrase. Speak as if your words carry weight, because they do. And just as importantly, curate your inner vocabulary. The words you say to yourself shape your tone with others. Replace "I'm not ready" with "I'm preparing." Replace "what if I fail" with "what will I learn." Leaders lead themselves first, through language. Because in the end, leadership is not just about action, it's about language that creates action. So build a lexicon that speaks power, that affirms worth, that commands movement, quietly, consistently, and clearly. Because words don't just describe leadership, they become it. True influence doesn't come from force. It doesn't come from pushing harder, defending your point, or winning an argument. The most powerful communicators don't speak to convince. They speak from a place of energetic openness. They speak with what can be called an open field. An open field is a state of inner spaciousness. It's when you drop the tight grip of needing to be right and instead open your presence like a field, vast, calm, grounded, and receptive. In that space, people don't feel pushed. They feel invited. They don't feel argued with. They feel heard. When we speak from defensiveness, we close the field. We narrow the energy. Our body tightens, our tone hardens, and our language becomes combative, even if it's subtle. And as soon as we enter that space, the listener's nervous system responds in kind. They close off. They brace. They stop receiving and start resisting. But when we speak with an open field, something very different happens. Our tone softens. Our eyes stay steady. We stay rooted in our message, but unattached to control. That energetic posture creates safety, and in safety, people become more receptive, not just to your words, but to your intention. This doesn't mean abandoning strength. In fact, it takes deep strength to stay open. Openness is not passivity. It's command without aggression, confidence without dominance. It's knowing that your truth can stand without needing to crush someone else's. When you speak with an open field, you listen fully without rehearsing your next line. You pause before responding instead of reacting. You stay curious, not combative. You trust that the energy behind your words matters more than the volume or speed of them. This form of communication often transforms conversations. Walls come down, tension dissolves. People find themselves leaning in, not because you pushed, but because your presence gave them room to meet you there. To practice this, become aware of your body. Notice when your shoulders tense, your breath shortens, your jaw clenches. These are signs that your field is closing. Gently open again. Drop back into your breath. Feel your feet. Let your voice flow from calm, not defense. And when you speak, speak from rather than against. Speak from clarity, from care, from grounded truth. There's no need to force understanding. Offer your message like an open hand, not a closed fist, because influence isn't about overpowering. It's about attuning. It's about offering your voice from a spacious, centered place, so others can meet you there, not because they must, but because they want to. That's the power of an open field. It doesn't demand attention, it draws it. Confidence isn't a prerequisite for speaking powerfully. It's a byproduct. Most people wait to feel confident before they speak up, step forward, or share their message. But great communicators understand something different. Confidence is built through expression, not before it. This is the confidence loop, the idea that each act of speaking reinforces the belief that you can. Each word spoken with courage, even when uncertain, feeds your sense of self-trust. And that trust becomes the foundation for true embodied confidence. Confidence doesn't have to start with certainty. It can start with a decision. I will speak anyway. The loop begins the moment you open your mouth and choose to use your voice. The first time it may be shaky, the second time slightly clearer. By the third, you notice something. You're no longer proving your right to speak. You're inhabiting it. You don't wait for confidence to arrive. You generate it, word by word. This doesn't mean faking it. It means stepping into the role before you fully feel ready. It means understanding that confidence is less about bravado and more about repetition and alignment. The more you speak, the more feedback you receive. Not just from others, but from yourself. I did that. I survived. I grew. Over time, your nervous system adjusts. What once felt threatening starts to feel normal, then empowering, then second nature. Here's the shift. Confidence is not a feeling, it's a loop of action and reinforcement. Action leads to experience. Experience leads to belief. Belief leads to more aligned action. Around and around the loop spins, strengthening every time you show up. So how do you enter the loop? Speak before you're ready, not recklessly, but with commitment. Don't wait for the perfect moment or perfect phrasing. Speak what you know as best you can right now. That act alone is a win. Focus on service, not self. Confidence grows faster when it's rooted in contribution. When your attention is on the audience, on helping, offering, connecting, you bypass the ego's fear of judgment. Track the wins. Each time you speak and it goes better than expected. Capture that. Write it down. Celebrate it. This builds evidence for your brain. I can do this. I've done this before. Use your body to reinforce the loop. Speak with grounded posture. Breathe deeply. Make eye contact. Let your physicality lead the energy, even when your mind is uncertain. Your body can convince your brain. Repeat. Confidence compounds. Every time you complete the loop, your baseline rises. You don't just seem more confident, you become it. Confidence isn't something you wait for, it's something you practice into existence. So speak, even when it's scary, especially when it's shaky, because every time you do, you take one more step forward, and eventually you'll look back and realize confidence didn't come before the words. It grew with them. We're often taught that influence follows a straight line. Know your message, deliver it clearly, drive it home. The myth is that leadership communication is neat, sequential, and direct, that power lies in control and precision. But true influence doesn't move in straight lines. It spirals, it circles, it breathes. And the most effective communicators aren't those who force linearity, they are those who learn to trust the non-linear path. Real influence, the kind that shifts hearts, opens minds, and moves people to action, isn't always clean or scripted. Sometimes it comes through a story you didn't plan to tell. Sometimes it shows up in the silence between sentences. Sometimes the most powerful moment isn't what you say, it's what you feel and allow others to feel with you. Great leaders understand this. They know that communication is more than transmission. It's a living exchange. And that means allowing for pauses, pivots, emotions, and intuition to shape the experience. The spiral path of influence often starts from within. You may revisit an idea again and again before it's ready to be expressed. You might circle back to the same story in different rooms, each time with a deeper resonance. What seems repetitive is often refinement, not redundancy. The message is evolving because you are evolving, and in the moment of speaking, the non-linear path shows up in how you follow energy, not just notes. Sometimes the room shifts, and you have to adjust. Sometimes you feel called to pause instead of push forward. That pause might carry more weight than the next paragraph. Trust it. Leadership communication is as much about listening as it is about speaking. Not just listening to the audience, but listening to your intuition. The subtle inner voice that says, wait here, explore this, soften now, shift tone. When you follow that voice, your message becomes more human, more present, more alive. This doesn't mean abandoning structure. Structure gives your message form, but presence gives it power, and presence requires flexibility. It asks you to release the illusion of control in service of deeper connection. When you allow communication to be non-linear, something surprising happens. You connect more deeply. People don't remember every point you make. They remember how they felt. They remember the honesty, the moment you slowed down, the unexpected emotion in your voice. Those non-linear moments are the message. So speak your truth, even if it doesn't come out in perfect order. Pause when it feels right. Circle back if the heart leads you. Let the spiral be sacred, because influence isn't a straight road with bullet points. It's a living path with curves, layers, and rhythm. And when you trust the nonlinear flow, your communication stops being a performance and becomes a conversation with something greater. Before your words take shape, before your message unfolds, before your audience has even heard your full name, they've already decided how to feel about you. That's the power of the 5-second window. In communication, those first 5 seconds carry immense weight. They set the tone, trigger emotional reactions, and determine whether people lean in with curiosity or fold their arms in doubt. You don't have 5 minutes to make a first impression. You have 5 seconds, maybe less. It's not about pressure, it's about presence. The opening moment is a silent handshake. It's where your energy meets the room, your posture, your breath, your expression, your first few words. All of it communicates before your content does. People are asking, often unconsciously, can I trust you? Are you worth my attention? Is this going to matter? The good news is you don't have to be perfect, but you do need to be intentional. To own the 5-second window, start before you speak. As you step into the space, whether a boardroom, a stage, or a Zoom call, ground yourself. Feel your feet on the floor. Take one full breath. Make eye contact. Let the room feel your presence before your voice arrives. That single breath does more than calm you. It signals calm. It tells the room, I'm here, I'm steady, you can trust me. It's not dramatic, but it's powerful. Influence begins with how you make people feel in those opening seconds, and calm confidence is magnetic. Next, lead with clarity. Your first sentence matters. Avoid small talk, excessive pleasantries, or filler phrases like thanks for having me or I'll try to keep this short. These dilute your presence. Instead, open with purpose. A story, a statement, a question, a line that carries weight and focus. Something that makes people think, I want to hear more. Your tone and pacing are just as crucial. Speak slower than you think you need to. Nervous speakers rush, and rushed speech communicates uncertainty. Confident speakers claim the space with deliberate cadence. They don't fill every silence. They let their message breathe. Your body speaks too. Stand tall, shoulders relaxed, no fidgeting. Make your stillness intentional, not stiff. A grounded body sends a signal of internal steadiness. You don't have to be loud to be powerful. You just have to own your space. Finally, remember that the 5-second window doesn't require flash or force. It requires alignment. If you are aligned with your message, if you believe in what you're saying, and you bring your whole self to the moment, people feel it instantly. And once you've captured those first 5 seconds, the next 50 minutes will open like a door. Because when you enter with presence, you don't just start speaking, you start leading. There is a level of communication that transcends intellect, bypasses performance, and pierces straight through the noise. It doesn't just land in the mind or stir the heart. It goes deeper. It speaks to something sacred, something central. It speaks into the soul. To speak into the soul is to communicate from your most authentic self to the most essential part of someone else. It's the kind of speaking that silences a room, makes time feel slower, and leaves a lasting imprint that no polished presentation ever could. This is influence at the highest level, not based on tactics, but on truth. Soul speaking isn't about being dramatic or poetic. It's about being real. It requires emotional honesty, energetic presence, and a deep connection to what matters most. When you speak from that place, people don't just hear you, they recognize you. Something inside them says, this is real, this is human, this is me. To speak into the soul, you must first connect with your own. That means letting go of trying to impress, persuade, or perform. It means asking yourself, what do I deeply feel? What do I know to be true, not just in theory, but in lived experience? Soul-level speaking comes from alignment, from conviction, from presence, not performance. When you speak from that place, your words become mirrors. They reflect the unspoken truths in others. They name things people feel but haven't been able to articulate. And that's what creates transformation, not just understanding, but resonance. So how do you do it? 1. Slow down. Soul connection requires space. Don't rush your words. Let the silence breathe. Let emotion rise. Stillness creates intimacy, and intimacy is the channel to the soul. 2. Speak from experience. The soul doesn't respond to theory, it responds to truth. Speak from your lived life, your joys, your failures, your turning points. When you tell the truth of your journey, others find themselves in your story. 3. Use simple, evocative language. Don't hide behind jargon or cleverness. The soul resonates with clarity, imagery, and sincerity. Say what you mean. Say what matters. Let your words carry weight, not decoration. 4. Be willing to feel. If you can't feel it, they won't either. Whether it's love, loss, courage, or clarity, let your emotions shape your tone. Emotional truth is not weakness, it's power. 5. Remember who you're speaking to, not just a crowd, a client, or a colleague, but a human being with longing, history, and hope. Speak to that. Speak for that. Let your message be a bridge from your humanity to theirs. When you speak into the soul, you don't need to convince. You simply connect. And in that connection, influence happens, not as strategy, but as transmission. Because beneath all our roles, masks, and titles, the soul listens for truth. And when it hears it, it responds with only one word: yes. The most powerful leaders don't use language to control, impress, or manipulate. They use language to liberate. They speak in ways that release fear, ignite courage, and give people permission to become more of who they already are. In a world saturated with messaging that tells people what to do, how to act, and who to be, liberating language stands out. It doesn't constrain, it expands. It doesn't force, it frees. It opens doors inside people that they didn't know were locked. It reminds them, you're allowed to dream, you're allowed to change, you're allowed to speak, you're allowed to lead. This is the difference between commanding speech and empowering speech. One says, follow me. The other says, you've had the power all along. Both are forms of leadership, but only one creates leaders in return. To speak in a way that liberates, you must first drop the need to prove. When you stop trying to dominate with your voice, you create space for others to hear their own. Your message becomes less about your authority and more about their awakening. You're not performing, you're pointing. You're not telling people what to be. You're reminding them who they already are. Liberating language is clear, direct, and emotionally honest. It says the thing others are afraid to say, but with love, not force. It names truth without shame. It expresses possibility without pressure. And most of all, it speaks from freedom, not just about it. Here's how to practice language that liberates. Chapter 1. Replace control with clarity. Instead of using language to corner people into agreement, use it to illuminate options. Say, here's a perspective, not here's the only way. Say, what do you see? Instead of, do you agree? Give people space to think, feel, and choose. 2. Use language that gives permission. These are phrases like, it's okay to not know. You're allowed to take up space. You don't have to be perfect to begin. These phrases may seem simple, but they often meet people at the edge of breakthrough. Permission is power. 3. Tell the truth, gently. Liberating speech doesn't avoid discomfort. It holds it with compassion. You can challenge someone's limits without attacking their worth. Truth, when delivered from care, becomes a gift, not a weapon. 4. Speak possibility. Liberation comes from imagining something greater. Use your words to cast vision. What if we tried it this way? Can you imagine a future where you have more in you than you know? Speak not only to the present, but to the potential inside every person. 5. Make it less about you. Liberating language isn't self-centered, it's other-activated. It focuses on lifting others up, not on appearing powerful. Ironically, that's what makes it powerful, because when you stop speaking to control and start speaking to liberate, your voice becomes a catalyst, not for compliance, but for courage. And in that space, real leadership begins. In a world full of noise, pressure, and unpredictability, the most powerful voice is not the loudest, it's the most anchored. It's the voice that doesn't rise and fall with approval, the voice that holds steady when the room gets tense, the voice that remains calm in conflict, clear in chaos, and rooted in truth. This is the unshakable voice. To speak with an unshakable voice doesn't mean you never feel fear or doubt. It means your voice is connected to something deeper than circumstance, something that external forces can't touch. It means your words arise not from the need to react, impress, or defend, but from a deep well of clarity, alignment, and self-trust. People feel the difference instantly. When you speak from that place, your voice carries a unique weight. It slows the room down. It earns trust without needing to demand it. You don't have to oversell your point or prove your worth. Your energy already communicates it. The message isn't just heard, it's felt. So how do you cultivate this kind of voice? 1. Anchor in truth. The unshakable voice begins with knowing what you stand for, not what sounds impressive, not what others want to hear, but your truth. Ask yourself, what do I deeply believe? What matters more than being liked or understood? When your voice is rooted in conviction, it becomes harder to shake. 2. Regulate from the inside. Your voice is a reflection of your nervous system. When you're reactive, your voice tightens, rises, or rushes. But when you breathe deeply, ground your body, and stay present, your voice reflects that calm. Inner regulation equals outer resonance. 3. Welcome discomfort. An unshakable voice doesn't avoid tension. It can stand inside it. You can deliver hard truths with care. You can sit in silence without filling it. You don't flinch when challenged. Why? Because you're not trying to win the moment. You're trying to honor the message. 4. Practice aligned expression. Speak from your body, not just your head. Let your tone match your message. Let your words match your values. When your voice, posture, and presence are in sync, people experience you as whole, and wholeness commands respect. 5. Detach from outcome. The more you chase approval, the shakier your voice becomes. But when you speak from a place of service rather than self-protection, you become resilient. You're no longer performing, you're offering. That shift alone can change everything. The unshakable voice isn't about perfection, it's about presence. It's not louder than the noise around you, it's deeper. And in that depth, it becomes untouchable. Because the most grounded voices are not reactive echoes of the world. They're rooted transmissions of inner alignment. So find your truth, breathe into it, speak from it. And no matter what happens around you, you won't be moved. Words are not just tools. They are spells. The language we use internally and externally has the power to shape belief, identity, and possibility. Over time, repeated words become mental architecture. They define what we think we can do, deserve, or become. And far too often we live under spells we don't even know we're under. A spell can be as subtle as, "I'm just not that type of person. I always mess this up," or "That's not realistic for someone like me." These phrases seem harmless, even casual, but they carry enormous weight. They are unconscious agreements, scripts we've inherited or absorbed that quietly limit our potential. Language is how we narrate reality. When that language is disempowering, vague, or fear-based, it shrinks what's possible. When it's conscious, clear, and courageous, it opens doors. That's why the first step to transformation is noticing the words we speak, especially to ourselves. You can hear these spells everywhere. "I could never do that. That's just the way things are. Who am I to say that? It's too late to change." Each one sounds like truth, but in reality, they're mental cages, subtle but strong. And the most dangerous part, we don't even realize we're locked inside them. But there's good news. What language builds, language can also dismantle. Empowering speech is speech that breaks the spell. It reframes, reclaims, and restores possibility. It challenges assumptions and invites expansion. Instead of "I'm terrible at speaking," try "I'm still learning how to express myself powerfully." Instead of "This always goes wrong," say "This time I'm approaching it differently." Instead of "I'm not that kind of leader," try "I'm becoming the kind of leader who..." These small shifts are not cosmetic. They're neurological and emotional recalibrations. They reshape how you see yourself. They open up new behaviors, new choices, and new futures. Leaders who master empowering language don't just uplift others, they free them. They replace should with could. They speak to what's possible, not just what's probable. They remind people of their power, not just their past. Their words don't trap, they liberate. To practice this, start by tuning into the spells in your own language. Where do you speak in absolutes, self-diminishment, or quiet despair? Where do you unconsciously reinforce limits? Then, with gentleness and precision, begin rewriting. Choose words that expand your story, not shrink it. And as you do, offer that same liberation to others. Speak to their strength, not just their struggle. Speak vision, not just reality. Become someone whose voice is not just heard, but felt as freedom. Because in the end, leadership is not just about giving direction. It's about breaking spells, the invisible scripts that keep people small, and replacing them with words that make people remember they were never trapped at all. Long before you say a word, your body is already speaking. Subtle movements, posture, facial expressions, and breath, these physical signals create a silent, powerful narrative that shapes how people perceive your leadership. Whether you realize it or not, you are always communicating, and some of the most influential messages are delivered not through your mouth, but through your body. This is the art of speaking through the body, the practice of aligning your physical presence with your voice, so that every part of you is reinforcing your message. When your body and voice are in harmony, you convey confidence, clarity, and calm. When they're in conflict, you create confusion, hesitation, or mistrust, even if your words are technically right. Great communicators don't just speak with their voice, they embody their message. Let's start with posture. The way you carry yourself is a direct reflection of how grounded you are in the moment. A tall, open posture signals confidence and presence. Shoulders relaxed, spine elongated, feet firmly planted. This tells the audience you're here, steady and prepared. Slouched shoulders or closed body language unconsciously signal uncertainty or withdrawal. Then there's movement. Subtle gestures can amplify a message. A well-placed hand movement can punctuate a point. A step forward can increase intensity. A pause in motion can draw attention. But the key is intentionality. Excessive or erratic movement distracts. Stillness, used well, creates gravity. It tells the room, this matters. Listen. Breath is the anchor of it all. Breath controls your pace, tone, and nervous system. When you breathe deeply and steadily, your voice becomes richer, your mind more focused, your energy more grounded. Shallow breathing, on the other hand, leads to rushed speech and strained delivery. Breath is not just preparation, it's part of your delivery. A pause to breathe isn't a break in momentum, it's an act of presence. And don't overlook the power of your face and eyes. Eye contact creates connection. A relaxed, expressive face builds trust. Tension in the jaw or forehead communicates stress, even if your words don't. When your facial expressions are congruent with your tone, people feel emotionally safe and engaged. To speak through the body is to become fully integrated, not a floating head reciting memorized words, but a grounded, breathing, moving presence transmitting a message with every fiber. This kind of embodiment doesn't require perfection. It requires awareness. Are you speaking from your whole self or just your voice? Start before you speak. Ground your feet. Relax your shoulders. Breathe into your belly. Feel your message, not just think it. Let your body reflect your truth, because when your body speaks with your voice, not against it, you become magnetic. Your presence deepens. Your words land harder. Your leadership grows. And people won't just hear you, they'll feel you. We're often taught to choose between being kind or being strong, between empathy and authority, softness and certainty. But the most respected, transformative leaders defy that false choice. They lead with compassionate command, a steady, grounded presence that holds both warmth and conviction in equal measure. True leadership isn't about control or cold certainty. It's about creating spaces where people feel safe, seen, and led, all at once. Compassionate command is the ability to say hard things with love, to hold clear boundaries with gentleness, and to move people not through fear, but through trust. Compassion without direction can feel comforting but unclear. Command without compassion can feel strong but distant. But when the two coexist, you create something rare: influence with heart. The foundation of compassionate command is emotional attunement. You listen deeply, not just to words, but to what's beneath them. You notice the energy in the room, the tension in a conversation, the hesitation in a voice. Compassion allows you to tune in without judgment. Command allows you to respond with clarity and strength. Let's be clear, compassion doesn't mean softness in the sense of avoiding discomfort. It means care with courage. It means respecting the humanity in others while still standing in your own truth. You can say no with kindness. You can hold standards while holding space. You can offer feedback without stripping away dignity. Command, on the other hand, isn't about volume or dominance. It's about energetic clarity. It's the presence you bring when you know who you are, what matters, and what needs to happen. When your words are rooted in deep knowing, they don't need to be loud, they land. Here's how the two work together. When someone struggles, compassion sees the pain. Command helps them rise. When a room is tense, compassion softens the air. Command reclaims direction. When people doubt themselves, compassion reassures. Command reignites their courage. To lead this way, begin with self-compassion. The more you soften toward your own imperfections, the more capacity you'll have to lead others without needing to dominate. And the more you commit to your own truth, the more confidently you'll speak it, without apology or aggression. Before you speak, check in. Am I rooted in care? Am I clear on what matters? When both are present, your message becomes magnetic. People don't feel pushed, they feel guided. They don't resist your leadership, they relax into it. Because at its highest level, influence doesn't come from force. It comes from presence. It comes from the voice that says, I see you and I won't waver. I care and I will lead. This is compassionate command, and it doesn't choose between heart and strength. It brings them together and leads from both. Great speeches don't just inform, they move. They carry people from doubt to belief, from hesitation to action, from inertia to momentum. At its best, language doesn't simply sit still, it propels. It builds energy, lifts people out of stuckness, and sets things in motion. This is the momentum of message, the ability to craft words that don't just land but launch. Verbal momentum isn't about speed or volume. It's about intentional layering, knowing how to build rhythm, repetition, clarity, and rising energy into your speech so that your message gathers force as it goes. Like a wave, it starts with a subtle ripple and builds toward a crest. And when it peaks at the right moment, it has the power to carry people forward long after you've stopped speaking. Here's how to build that momentum. 1. Start with presence, not pressure. Momentum begins with grounding. You don't need to rush into your message. In fact, starting slow creates contrast. Take your time in the opening. Let your message breathe. The stillness builds suspense. The clarity builds trust. You're not just saying something, you're setting something in motion. 2. Use progression, not perfection. Each part of your message should build on what came before. Think in arcs, not islands. Don't throw out disconnected ideas. Build a through line. Every sentence should lead the listener somewhere. Layer ideas step by step. Progression creates a sense of forward motion. We're going somewhere together. 3. Harness repetition. One of the most effective tools for verbal momentum is repetition with variation. Repeating a phrase or structure, we believe, we stand, we rise, builds energy like musical rhythm. It draws people in. The repetition becomes a drumbeat, and when timed well, it makes your message unforgettable. 4. Increase emotional intensity. Momentum is both intellectual and emotional. As your speech progresses, deepen the emotional stakes. Tell a more powerful story. Ask a more piercing question. Speak a deeper truth. Emotion is the fuel that accelerates belief and action. When people feel more, they move more. 5. Build to a clear, powerful call. Momentum without direction can become noise. Make sure your rising energy has a destination. As you near the end, distill your message into a simple, actionable truth. Give the audience something to hold, remember, or do. A powerful close releases the energy you've built, turning it into action. 6. Let your delivery reflect the movement. Use your voice, pacing, and gesture to support the rising energy. Don't perform, but do express. Let your tone rise naturally. Let your breath carry more intention. Don't be afraid to pause just before the peak. It creates space for impact. Then land your message with strength, clarity, and conviction. When done well, your message doesn't just fill time, it creates motion. Because the best communication doesn't just leave an impression, it leaves a direction. So speak to move people, speak to lift them, and let your message not just land, let it carry. The most magnetic leaders don't just speak about what is, they speak about what could be. They give voice to the future before it exists. They speak from a place so clear, so deeply imagined, that others can see it too. This is what it means to speak with the voice of vision. Visionary communication is not about fantasy or vague motivation. It's about painting a future that feels real, tangible, emotional, and possible. When you speak from vision, you don't just share ideas. You invite people into a new reality. You give them something to believe in, build toward, and become. This is the essence of leadership. People don't follow information. They follow imagination, especially when it's spoken with clarity and conviction. To speak with the voice of vision, you must first see it yourself. That means taking time to imagine in detail. What does the future look like if we succeed? How will it feel? Who benefits? What changes? The more clearly you can answer those questions, the more powerfully you can communicate the future. Vague vision doesn't inspire, it confuses. Specific, emotionally charged vision moves people. Start your message by grounding in today's reality, but don't dwell there. Use the present only as a launching pad, then begin to build. Imagine a world where, what if we created a space that, picture this. Use language that is visual, emotional, and forward-moving. Don't just talk about goals, talk about impact. Don't just talk about process, talk about transformation. People want to feel that their effort leads somewhere meaningful. Emotion is key. Speak with hope, urgency, and belief. Let your own excitement show. If your voice lights up when you speak about the future, others will feel it. That emotional energy is contagious. It makes the vision feel alive, not theoretical. And don't be afraid to speak boldly. Visionary leaders don't play small with their words. They don't hedge or downplay. They say, "This is where we're going. I may not have all the answers, but I believe in this direction with everything I have." That kind of conviction creates trust, not because it guarantees success, but because it shows the way. To speak with the voice of vision is also to elevate others. Use inclusive language. We will build. Together we can create. Your role in this matters. Great vision is never about one person. It's about shared direction. Let people see themselves in the future you describe. Finally, revisit the vision often. A message loses momentum when it's spoken once and forgotten. Bring it back. Reinforce it. Keep the image of the future alive until people don't just hear it. They feel like they're living it. Because when you speak with the voice of vision, you don't just move people forward. You make the future real enough to follow. Great leaders don't just deliver answers. They awaken desire. They don't speak to end the conversation, but to spark it. Their words don't merely inform, they ignite. This is the art of commanding curiosity, the ability to speak in a way that opens minds, invites questions, and draws people into deeper thought. In a world saturated with noise, facts, and quick takes, curiosity is rare. Most communication is designed to declare, not explore. But the leaders who truly move people know how to use language as a doorway, not a wall. They speak not to dominate a topic, but to make others want to step into it. Curiosity is influence in its most elegant form. When you awaken curiosity, you don't have to push your message. You let people pull themselves toward it. It's the difference between telling someone the truth and letting them discover it with you. That discovery is more powerful, more personal, and far more lasting. So how do you command curiosity? 1. Use mystery. Start with what's not obvious. Open with a surprising fact, an unanswered question, or a story that leaves a thread untied. Instead of stating your conclusion up front, begin with a tension or paradox. Let the listener feel the need to know more. Mystery pulls attention in because the brain wants to resolve the unknown. 2. Ask better questions. Questions are one of your most powerful leadership tools, not just for gathering input, but for shaping energy. Ask questions that expand rather than narrow. Not, do you agree with me, but what might we be missing? Not, who's to blame, but what's possible from here? The right question creates space for insight. 3. Speak with genuine wonder. Curiosity is contagious. If you speak with wonder about a problem, a possibility, a person, your audience mirrors that mindset. Show that you're curious. Let your tone carry fascination, not just certainty. People are drawn to leaders who are exploring, not just explaining. 4. Hold back just enough. Don't rush to give everything away. In both storytelling and instruction, timing matters. Share in layers. Let your message unfold. Leave room for the listener's imagination and interpretation. You don't have to answer every question. In fact, sometimes your job is to ask the better one. 5. Create intellectual safety. People only explore when they feel safe. If you shut down dissent or demand agreement, curiosity dies. But if you create an environment where exploration is welcomed, disagreement is honored, and questions are encouraged, you unlock a culture of growth. Commanding curiosity means resisting the urge to have all the answers. It means knowing that your role as a leader isn't just to say something smart. It's to open a space where others start thinking more deeply, too. Because influence isn't just about delivering content. It's about awakening questions people didn't know they were allowed to ask. And when you do that, your words don't just inform, they unfold. There is a certain sound to someone who speaks with purpose, a resonance that cuts through noise, silences doubt, and makes people lean in. It's not just what they say, but how they say it. Their voice carries conviction, clarity, and vision. It lands with weight, not because it's loud, but because it feels like it comes from somewhere beyond the moment. This is the tone of destiny, the vocal quality of someone who sounds like they've seen the future and returned to tell the story. It's not a performance. It's not drama or rehearsed intensity. It's not about shouting or theatrical pauses. It's something deeper, more grounded. The tone of destiny comes from alignment, from speaking with such inner clarity that your voice becomes a direct line from purpose to presence. When someone speaks with this tone, you can feel it in your body. Their voice has gravity. It draws attention without asking for it. It communicates, this matters. This is real. Listen. People are naturally drawn to this energy. Why? Because most of us are constantly bombarded by scattered voices, words filled with doubt, distraction, or performance. So when someone speaks from purpose, it feels like oxygen. It calms, it commands, it calls. To speak with the tone of destiny, you must first believe in what you're saying, not intellectually, but somatically, emotionally, energetically. Your message must be more than an idea. It must live in your bones. When you've done the inner work to know who you are and what you stand for, That clarity lives in your voice. Second, slow down. Destiny doesn't rush. It speaks with measured intention. It knows it doesn't need to race to be heard. In fact, it's the stillness in your voice that creates contrast and authority. Speak from your center, not your surface. Third, breathe from depth. Your breath shapes your tone. A shallow breath creates tension, urgency, or hesitation, but a deep, grounded breath anchors your voice and expands your presence. You don't just sound more confident, you become more magnetic. Fourth, cut the fluff. The tone of destiny doesn't ramble, it doesn't apologize for taking space. It speaks in clean lines, precise words, and meaningful rhythm. It trusts that truth doesn't need dressing up, it needs delivery. And finally, speak not just to people, but into them. Imagine you're speaking not to ears, but to futures. Let your voice carry the weight of what's possible. When you speak with that kind of vision, people feel it. It awakens something ancient in them, a sense that they're being invited into something bigger, because the world doesn't need more information. It needs more conviction. It needs voices that don't just reflect the present, but declare the future. So speak from that place, and let your voice not just be heard. Let it become a signal of what's coming. Most people are taught to communicate in straight lines. Make your point, support it with facts, then conclude. It's a clean, logical progression, but logic alone rarely moves hearts. If you want to truly captivate, to deepen resonance with every turn of the phrase, you must learn to speak in spirals, not lines. Spiral communication is circular storytelling, a rhythm where you return to core themes again and again, each time adding new depth, new meaning. It's how poets speak. It's how ancient oral traditions pass down wisdom. It's how the most spellbinding speakers make a single idea unfold in layers rather than lay it out flat. Linear speech satisfies the mind. Spiral speech awakens the soul. Why does it work? Because human understanding is layered. We don't grasp deep truths all at once. We absorb them over time. When a speaker returns to a story, a phrase, or a question in a new light, it signals, "There's more here, listen again." Spiraling doesn't mean rambling. It means intentional return, looping back to an image or message, but now with greater emotional or intellectual gravity. The repetition isn't redundant, it's reflective. And with every return, the audience doesn't just remember, they feel more. Think of the way a wave rolls in, or how a melody returns to a chorus, or how someone you love might say, "I'm proud of you," at different moments in life, and each time it hits deeper. That's the spiral in action. To speak in spirals, 1. Begin with a central thread. Start with a core idea, image, or question. Let it be simple but potent. For example, what does it mean to come home? Or, this isn't just a job, it's a calling. 2. Expand out. Tell stories, offer insights, introduce contrast. Let the message wander, but always with purpose. Let it explore the outer rings of meaning, but don't lose the thread. 3. Return with new insight. Loop back to your original phrase or theme, but now with more context, more weight, more heart. The listener hears it again, but this time it lands differently. 4. Use rhythm and silence. Spiral speech isn't rushed. It breathes. It gives the audience space to follow, to feel, to anticipate the return. Silence becomes a tool, not an absence, but a container. 5. Close with the echo. A great spiral ends where it began, but changed. The opening line reappears, now infused with new meaning. It feels familiar, but it strikes deeper. That's how you leave an audience spellbound, not by finishing, but by completing the circle. Speaking in spirals honors how humans grow, through cycles, not straight lines, through return, reflection, and re-immersion. So don't be afraid to circle back, to say it again, but wiser, to echo what matters most. Because when you speak in spirals, you don't just inform, you enchant. Every great leader has a voice that becomes more than just speech. It becomes ritual, not because of what they say once, but because of what they say consistently. Over time, their words take on a rhythm, a familiarity, a power. Certain phrases, cadences, or mantras become part of their leadership identity, anchoring people in clarity, culture, and belief. This is the voice of ritual, a way of speaking that doesn't just communicate, but grounds, reminds, and transforms. Ritual language isn't robotic or forced. It's not about repetition for repetition's sake. It's about creating verbal anchors, phrases, and rhythms that help people remember who they are, why they're here, and what they're capable of. These words become part of the emotional architecture of your leadership. Think about how powerful figures shape culture through language. Yes, we can. Make it happen. We rise by lifting others. This is how we do things here. These aren't just slogans, they're ritual speech. They create belonging, they transmit values. They remind people that they're part of something larger than themselves. You don't need to be a politician or CEO to use this power. In your own work, your own team, or your own community, you can craft a vocal signature, a way of speaking that becomes both familiar and formational. Here's how to develop your own voice of ritual. 1. Identify your core truths. What are the values, beliefs, or principles you return to again and again? Boil them down to simple, repeatable phrases. Clarity over chaos. Progress, not perfection. Lead with heart. Short, sticky language is easy to remember and repeat. 2. Repeat with rhythm. Repetition creates recognition. When people hear you return to the same line in the same tone, it becomes a cue. It triggers memory. It sharpens identity. You're not just saying something, you're building culture with your voice. 3. Use ritual phrases at key moments. Begin meetings with the same energizing phrase. End talks with a signature closing line. Celebrate wins with a mantra everyone knows. These rituals create cohesion. They turn ordinary moments into meaningful ones. 4. Let tone and cadence carry the meaning. Ritual isn't just about the words, it's about how they're spoken. Find a tone and rhythm that matches the message. Let your voice land, not just pass through. A well-placed pause, a deliberate delivery. These make the message sacred, not just functional. 5. Evolve it over time. Rituals grow with you. Your phrases may shift, your mantras may mature, but the practice of crafting language that roots people in meaning, that remains. Don't be afraid to refine. Just stay consistent enough to create emotional continuity. Because over time, these signature phrases become more than habits. They become identity markers. And your voice doesn't just speak to people. It becomes part of them. That's the power of ritual. It turns words into culture, and a voice into a legacy. There's a spell many people live under, a quiet, subtle enchantment that makes them shrink. It shows up in how they speak, move, and carry themselves. It's in the words they choose, the way they qualify their ideas, the way they apologize for taking up space. This is the spell of smallness, and it's one of the greatest blocks to personal power and leadership presence. You can hear it in phrases like, "This might sound silly, but I'm not an expert, but I was just wondering." Does that make sense? You can feel it in nervous laughter, hesitant pauses, hunched shoulders, or overly deferential tone. It's not always loud, but it's always present. And over time, this smallness becomes a habit, a default setting, a way of moving through the world that subtly tells others and yourself, "I'm not quite enough." But here's the truth. You were never meant to speak small. You were meant to speak in alignment with your full presence, your experience, your insight, your clarity, your truth. The world doesn't need more people shrinking to fit in. It needs people willing to stand in their full voice without apology. To break the spell of smallness, you must first recognize it. Begin by noticing where and how you diminish your voice. Do you rush through your points? Undermine your own authority? Use filler words to soften your message. Awareness is the first crack in the spell. Next, begin to replace tentative language with intentional language. Speak in full sentences, drop the unnecessary qualifiers. Instead of "I just think maybe we should consider," try "I believe this is the right direction." Instead of "I'm not sure if this makes sense," say "Here's what I'm seeing." It's not about arrogance. It's about alignment, letting your words reflect the true weight of your knowing. Practice stillness and breath. Smallness is often wrapped in hurried speech or restless movement. Pause. Breathe deeply. Allow your voice to come from the center of your body. Grounded breath creates grounded speech. And most importantly, speak from value, not validation. Don't speak to be liked. Speak to be real. When you stop chasing approval, your words carry authority. They stop asking for permission and start offering perspective. You may feel resistance. The spell doesn't break all at once, but every time you choose to show up with one more ounce of presence, one more breath of boldness, one more sentence of clarity, you reclaim your voice. You remind yourself and everyone listening that you are not small. You've simply been speaking through a filter that no longer fits. So drop it. Speak with fullness. Stand in your knowing. And let your voice be as big, as clear, and as true as you already are, because the world doesn't need more quiet brilliance. It needs your unfiltered presence, loud, real, and fully alive. Every speaker, no matter how skilled, carries a hidden script. It's not on their slides or in their notes. It's not part of the speech they prepared, but it's there, in the background, subtly shaping how they sound, move, and connect. This is the invisible script, the unconscious narrative running beneath your words, influencing your tone, confidence, and presence. It answers questions you may not even realize you're asking yourself. Do I deserve to be heard? Will they take me seriously? Is what I'm saying enough? You may say one thing, but the script is saying something else, and your audience hears both. When someone speaks with strength, but their invisible script says, "I hope I'm not too much," it creates a disconnect. When someone shares an idea, but their inner narrative says, "I'm probably wrong," the idea loses power. People may not consciously know what's off, but they feel it. This script often comes from old experiences, cultural conditioning, or repeated messaging we've internalized. It tells us who we're allowed to be, how boldly we're allowed to speak, and how much space we're permitted to take up. Left unexamined, it becomes the silent force that holds us back, even in our most visible moments. But here's the truth. You can rewrite the script. You are not bound by the stories that shaped you. The first step is awareness. Start by observing your inner dialogue before and during moments of communication. What assumptions do you make? What fears arise? What's the story underneath the surface? Some common invisible scripts include, "I need to prove I'm good enough." "If I'm too direct, I'll be rejected." "I have to be perfect to be respected." "People don't really want to hear what I have to say." Once you name your script, you can begin to question it. Is it true? Where did it come from? Who would I be without it? Then choose a new script, one that's empowering, honest, and expansive. This isn't about faking confidence. It's about creating a new inner foundation to speak from. A few examples. Old script, "I hope I don't mess this up." New script, "I'm here to serve, not perform." Old script, "I'm not the expert." New script, "I bring unique insight worth sharing." Old script, "They're probably judging me." New script, "I'm here to connect, not to please." As you begin to speak from this new internal narrative, your voice will shift. Your tone will strengthen. Your presence will deepen. People won't just hear your words. They'll feel your alignment. Because the most powerful communication doesn't start with the message. It starts with the messenger's belief. So if your invisible script has been holding you back, it's time to edit, to rewrite the voice beneath your voice, and to speak not from fear or doubt, but from a story that sets you free. Great speaking isn't just about inspiring an individual, it's about uplifting a collective. It's the difference between motivating one person to act and moving a community to rise together. When you speak for collective elevation, your voice becomes more than personal expression. It becomes a force that builds connection, courage, and shared momentum. This kind of speaking is rooted in one truth. Your voice doesn't belong only to you. When you speak from lived truth with clarity and care, you give others permission to do the same. You become a mirror, a catalyst, a signal. You don't just lead people, you lift them. Speaking for collective elevation means stepping into a new role, not as a performer, but as a transmitter of purpose. Your message becomes a container for something larger, shared values, vision, and transformation. You're not just trying to sound good. You're speaking to amplify what matters to all of you. Here's how to cultivate this style of communication. 1. Speak with, not at. Collective elevation begins with connection. You're not the hero of the story. You're a guide, a partner, a voice among voices. Use language that includes we, together, all of us. Let your audience feel that they are part of the message, not just listening to it. 2. Name the shared struggle. Communities bond through truth. When you name what others are feeling but may not know how to say, you create resonance. Speak to the pain, the confusion, the hope in the room, not to dwell there, but to acknowledge it and to build from it. 3. Envision a shared future. Don't just talk about what's wrong. Speak about what's possible. Paint the picture of what could be, then invite others to help shape it. Elevation requires direction. Use your words to shine light on the next step, the higher path, the deeper purpose. 4. Give people back to themselves. The most powerful messages don't point to the speaker's brilliance. They reflect the audience's power. Remind people of who they are, of what they carry, of the strength they may have forgotten. Your voice can help them remember their own. 5. Let your energy be expansive. Collective elevation isn't just about content, it's about frequency. Speak from abundance, not scarcity. From hope, not fear. From unity, not ego. When your energy is open, grounded, and generous, people rise with you. This kind of speaking doesn't rely on charisma. It relies on alignment with yourself, with your values, and with those you serve. It's not about leading for applause. It's about speaking as a bridge between who we are and who we're becoming. So the next time you take the mic, ask yourself, am I speaking to elevate just myself or all of us? Because when you speak for collective elevation, your words don't just echo. They build, they lift, they unite. And that's the kind of voice the world needs now more than ever. Every word you speak is a thread in the fabric of your legacy. Long after the meeting ends, long after the room empties, long after the speech is forgotten in detail, your language remains. It echoes in the minds of those you led, taught, challenged, or inspired. It shapes how they remember you, how they carry your message forward, and how they speak about you when you're no longer in the room. This is the legacy in your language. Leadership is not only defined by action, it is also carved in words. Your tone, your choice of language, your ability to uplift or undermine, to clarify or confuse. These are all tools that either build or blur your impact over time. When you speak, you're not just communicating for now, you're contributing to something timeless. Your words don't just pass through the moment, they plant seeds. Some will grow into confidence, some into clarity, some into courage, and some, if careless, into confusion or self-doubt. To speak from legacy is to become conscious of what you're leaving behind. Ask yourself, what do I want people to remember when they hear my voice? How do I want my words to live on in their minds and actions? Am I using language that reflects who I truly am and who I aspire to be? Legacy language is anchored in clarity and character. It's not trendy, gimmicky, or performative. It's durable, clean, grounded in values that last beyond seasons and sound bites. It doesn't need to shout because it rings true. To speak from timelessness to 1. Choose words that uplift. Great leaders speak life into people. They don't inflate with flattery, but they affirm with sincerity. A single line of encouragement delivered authentically can echo in someone's heart for years. 2. Eliminate careless speech. Words like just, I guess, or probably not important, but may seem small, but they shape how you're perceived. They water down your presence and message. Speak with intention, not apology. 3. Repeat your core truths. Legacy is built on consistency. When your values are heard again and again through phrase, story, and tone, they become part of your identity. They become what people quote, remember, and rely on. 4. Speak beyond the moment. Ask yourself, will this still matter 5 years from now? Speak to future possibilities, not just current pressures. Let your words create direction, not just reaction. 5. Embody what you say. Legacy isn't just built on what you say. It's built on how aligned your words are with your actions. When people experience your integrity, your language becomes evidence of who you are. Because in the end, the best leadership speeches aren't the ones that go viral. They're the ones that are repeated quietly in someone else's voice. Years later, in a moment that matters. Speak as if every word adds to your lasting impression, because it does. The most powerful communicators don't just deliver ideas, they embody them. They don't treat their speech as separate from who they are. Their presence is the proof of their point. Their life is the evidence of their lesson. This is the essence of becoming the message. In a world where words are everywhere, tweets, captions, keynotes, slogans, it's easy to confuse speech with substance. But influence doesn't come from what you say. It comes from what you are, what people feel when they're in your presence. If your message is about courage, do you speak from courage? If your message is about truth, do you stand in truth when it's inconvenient? If your message is about compassion, does it live in your tone, your timing, your eyes? People can feel the difference between words delivered and truth lived. You may inspire momentarily with clever lines, but transformation happens when your life and language are aligned. That's when your message becomes magnetic, not because of the words themselves, but because they carry the weight of something real. To become the message is to make your communication inseparable from your character. This doesn't mean perfection. It means integration. It means doing the work to align what you teach with how you move through the world. When you say lead with integrity, your decisions reflect that. When you speak of peace, your nervous system isn't in chaos. When you speak of confidence, your body doesn't shrink in fear. The goal is coherence. People trust what feels whole. So how do you start becoming the message? 1. Clarify what you stand for. What is the core truth you want your voice to carry? Is it resilience, freedom, love, ownership? Don't list 10 things. Choose 1 or 2 values you want your life and language to reflect consistently. 2. Audit your alignment. Where are you living your message, and where are you still performing it? Be honest. Are there places where your voice outpaces your embodiment? That's not shame, it's a signal, a chance to grow. 3. Let presence precede performance. Before you speak, ask yourself, am I being the message right now? You don't need a perfect delivery. You need embodied energy. That's what people respond to. That's what lingers. 4. Be your own practice ground. Let your life be the lab for your message. Speak from lived experience, not theory. Share what's still unfolding. When people see that you're on on the journey, not just preaching from the destination. They listen with more trust. 5. Embrace humility. Becoming the message doesn't mean pretending to have it all figured out. It means being deeply in integrity with what you share. It means letting the truth shape you before you offer it to others. Because in the end, the messenger is the message. And the more aligned you become, the more your words stop sounding like ideas and start feeling like truth made human. Imagine if the next words you spoke were your last. Would you rush them, fill them with fluff, shrink them to fit expectations? Or would you speak with depth, clarity, and truth, offering what matters most without hesitation or disguise? This is the power of speaking with your final voice. Most people speak as if there will always be more time, more chances, another meeting, another conversation, another opportunity to say what needs to be said. But leadership at its highest level means recognizing the urgency of the moment, not fearfully, but reverently. It means treating each word as if it might be your last, because one day it will be. The final voice isn't dramatic or theatrical. It's essential. It's the voice that emerges when you strip away pretense, pressure, and performance. What remains is truth. Message without mask, language without ego, just presence and what's real. When you speak with your final voice, you speak what is most true, not what's expected, not what's polished, but what's needed. You speak to what matters beyond the moment, beyond applause, beyond image. You stop saying someday and start saying now. The final voice doesn't shout, it doesn't sell, it lands, because people can feel it's coming from somewhere deeper than the surface. It carries a different weight, a different silence. It makes people stop, listen, and feel. So how do you find your final voice? 1. Know what matters most. Strip your message down. If you had only 1 minute to speak, what would you say? What would you leave behind? What truth would you want someone to carry in their heart long after you're gone? 2. Speak from the center, not the surface. The final voice doesn't emerge from your head. It rises from your heart, your gut, your soul. It's slow, deliberate, and real. Let it come from the part of you that knows, beyond doubt, what you came here to say. 3. Drop the performance. No need to impress, no need to convince. Speak with the clarity of someone who has nothing to prove and everything to give. Speak not to be remembered, but to leave something behind that matters. 4. Let silence shape your message. When you speak from the final voice, you no longer rush to fill space. You allow space to hold meaning. A pause, a breath, a look, these become part of your message. You're not just using words, you're sculpting presence. 5. Make it a practice, not a performance. You don't need a eulogy to speak your final voice. You need intention. You need the courage to speak as if this moment matters, because it does. When you speak with your final voice, people hear differently. They lean in, they remember, not because you said everything, but because you said the one thing that mattered most. And when that voice becomes your way of speaking, not just at the end, but always, you stop leaving impressions. You start leaving impact.